Did you guys have enough time or do you need more time?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. So did you want to speak to Mr. Piotrowski? I have a lineup for you. His case is Anthony Jacobs Good.
Sure. Let's talk with Mr. Piotrowski.
All right. Hi, Ms. Goosen. What case are you on, please? Christina Goosen.
Step outside. I'm with Donald Thornsberry.
Donald Thornsberry. Okay.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to put you back in the waiting room, so it's going to be a few minutes, but when we are ready for you, I'm sorry, but whenever we are ready for you, I'll call you back in, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Heather, it's Sammer. I'm going to log in from a different device. Is that okay with you?
I'll bring you back in as soon as I see you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Heather, do you see Mr. Lewis L now? He said he was signing in.
Yep, he's in, but I don't want to bring him in yet until everybody's ready. But I don't see the victim yet.
Okay.
Have you guys figured out what you're gonna do with Mr.
Yeah,
Good?
on Mr. Good Jacobs, I did relay an offer to Mr. Piotrowski, but it looks like he's missing discovery since basically until 10 minutes ago, I didn't know this was his case.
Correct, I didn't either.
So what we want to do is get another pretrial, give him a chance to do his due diligence on the discovery that I'll be sending him in the coming days.
Next pretrial is either September 28th, or we have October 12th or October 26th.
Give me those dates again so I can make sure I'm
Yep.
okay.
Okay, September 28th is with Judge Martin. October 12th is Judge Green. October 26th is Judge Oakley.
Okay, any of those work for me. 28th, I mean, it's probably going to be, given my schedule, the end of this week before I get discovery sent. That only gives Mr. Piotrowski a week to look at it all. So it might be better to get a later date, but I'll leave that to Mr. Piotrowski in the court. Any of those dates are good for me.
Mr. Piotrowski, what's good for you?
12th is fine.
I'm sorry?
The 12th is fine.
October 12th?
Yes.
All right, 9 a.m. again?
Could we have a little bit later? I've got an 8:30 that morning.
Yep, we have 9:30, 9:40, 9:50.
9:40 is
O'clock's the latest I'm willing to go.
9:40 is perfect.
9:40. All right, we'll see you then. It's going to be Judge Green's Zoom that day, just so that you make sure that you pay attention to the notice.
Are we going on the record with this, or are you the record today?
I will be the record today if we're just asking for an adjournment. But let me bring in your client so that you can let him know.
And can you let the complaining witness know as well?
Yep, I'm bringing her in also. Larry, in the meantime, I have Mr. Draper that's waiting to speak to you. He is the attorney on Jesse Kinzer.
Sure, I'll talk to him.
Okay. We're waiting for Mr. Good Jacobs to get audio anyways.
There he is.
Mr. Good Jacobs?
Hello.
Anthony?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yep, I'm just letting you know that we're adjourning this case till October 12th at 9:40, and it's gonna be on Judge Green's docket that day, okay?
Okay,
All right, thank you.
no problem.
We'll send new notice.
Free to go, Heather?
Yep, you're good.
Thank you again.
Yep, have a great day.
You.
Royce. It
Yes.
looks like, let me remove this guy. Marcus Claiborne. Did you speak to Larry about him?
Let me see.
He was at 9:30, only because I see he is at Wayne County Jail.
9:30, Claiborne. Yes, I did. And there's no file. It's the first pretrial.
Okay.
So it's gonna have to be an adjournment because Larry doesn't even have the file.
What day looks good for you? So, I mean, did you want to talk to your client?
Sure, yeah, I probably.
Okay, I'm gonna bring them in right now.
Okay.
Hi, Wayne County.
This is Washtenaw.
Oh, Washtenaw. Wow. Thank you for visiting us.
You're welcome. I have Mr. Claiborne.
Okay, Royce, I'm gonna put you and Mr. Claiborne in a breakout room. If you can find out also when he's gonna be getting out and everything, so we know. And did you hear the adjournment dates?
No, I didn't.
Okay, we have September 28th, October 12th, October 26th. Okay,
Okay. 12.
all right, thank you. Danielle,
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
what case are you on, please?
I am. Oh, I forgot what the case is, but I know it's at 9:30. It's
Okay,
me
who's the
and Michael Franklin.
Michael Franklin? Thank you. That's what I need. So you're the victim?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. I am going to put you back in the breakout room. I just needed to verify what case you were on.
Okay.
All right, Larry, what's going on with that case?
Mr. Draper needs to speak with his client.
Okay. All right,
I've
before we,
relayed the offer to him, so now he needs to speak with his client.
Thank
okay, are we good to go? Oh, Royce is gone. Dan, let me see, check on you.
Larry, I have Stefan Lewis L, and it's a final pretrial to see if a complainant appears.
Devon Lewis has one case already set for a bench trial, right?
Yeah, this is a different one, different complainant.
Hold on.
Heather,
Yep.
on Daly and Johnson scheduled for 9 o'clock, what are those domestic violence cases?
Yep.
Thanks, Lynn.
Mr. Draper, I'm going to put you in a breakout room right now with your client.
Thank you so much, Heather. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
The Stefan Lewis that I show on the docket says that it is an initial pretrial, first pretrial conference.
We were up on August 24th last.
Oh, for goodness sakes. All right, well, let's see if the victim shows up.
Were you able to go to, I tried to move you to 3, Mr. Draper. No?
I didn't get an option. Should I hit, I can hit leave, but, oh, maybe I can. Hold on. Sorry about that.
Nope, that's fine. Larry, I have the victim on Franklin. Do you need to speak to that person?
Bear with me.
Because I just want to take care of all this before the judge gets on so that we're not sitting in different rooms while the judge is here.
Franklin's another case where I have no file. Let me go double check something, okay?
All right.
And Heather, you haven't seen any sign of a Ms. Goodwin?
No. Nope.
So we're ready on that one.
Okay.
Jeff, you must be there in the courthouse. I see a parrot behind you.
Yes, sir, I am. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's, it's nice coming in. Hey, have you dealt with the Heights prosecutor on domestic violence? Maria?
The state prosecutor, Maria Murad?
Yeah.
Yes, very nice woman.
Easy to deal with?
Yes, very pleasant.
Good. Unfortunately, I got a friend of mine with domestic violence in the Heights.
The victim advocate usually handles most of these situations there, so.
Yeah.
What do you think? Do you need to
Cool.
speak to the victim?
I can't talk to him. I don't have a file.
Okay. All right. I'm going to bring have you spoke to Mr. Simon on the Asika case? Because Mr. Simon is here and I have Mr. Bennett here on the Quarter case.
No, I have spoke to Mr. Bennett on the Quarter case, though.
Are you guys ready to go on that?
I don't know. Ask Mr. Bennett.
Okay. I mean, but you have spoke to him.
He has an offer from me.
Okay, good. All right.
So
Larry?
Jeff, the victim advocate and Maria coordinate typically on the DV cases, and they're both very easy to work with.
I have a PCC up tomorrow. I just want to adjourn it and get some discovery.
Send me an email, Jeff. I got 20 files in front of me for today. Send me an email. We'll look at tomorrow.
Mr. Bennett, I brought in your client, Mr. Porter. Are you prepared?
Yes, we are.
All right. Judge is coming in now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Larry, is there a victim for that one? Do I need to look for?
I don't know if the victim's present.
Right. But
It's Teresa Quarter is the
okay.
victim.
Okay. Yeah. Nope. All right.
Larry, do you have files on Daly and Johnson?
Probably.
What's that?
Probably, but we're going on the record on another case.
Dakota Daly and
Daily I have.
last name Johnson?
Green.
Oh, yeah, I
Johnson.
got lots of Johnsons. Which one do you want?
Green Johnson.
Green Johnson.
Yeah, I got that file too, Jeff.
I haven't seen either of them yet.
Did you do the, you haven't seen the files?
No, they were scheduled for a jury trial so long ago. I don't know where my notes are on those. I just found out about those this morning.
All right, we'll talk about them in a minute. Let's get Mr. Bennett's case taken care of first.
All right, sorry.
Good morning, gentlemen. What's the first file?
Good morning, Your Honor. I believe we have
Morning, Your
Mr. Robert Bennett, or sorry, Robert Porter.
Good morning, Mr. Bennett.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Your appearance for Mr. Quarter, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. For the record, my name is Jeffrey Bennett. I'm appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Quarter, both of us appearing by Zoom from different locations, and we consent to proceeding in this manner.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Quarter.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Counsel, what are we doing?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that the offer is that my client would plead to count one, the stalking charge, and in exchange for a guilty plea to that, the remaining two charges would be dismissed.
That is correct, Your Honor. There is additionally a plea agreement. The plea agreement is as follows: 3 years of probation, no contact with the victim in any manner, including third-party contact, no use of tracking devices or software as to the victim. The defendant must complete domestic violence counseling as well as a psychological evaluation and follow all recommendations for treatment and aftercare.
All right, so pleading to count one, counts 2 and 3 dismissed, correct?
Yes,
Right.
Your Honor.
And
Yes.
Mr. King, you threw me when you said 3 years probation, because unless they've changed something, I can only do 2 years.
Your Honor, statutorily stalking is different, and there is a statutory maximum of 5 years probation as to the stalking charge.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so let's go over those sentence agreements terms to see if I'm going to bind my probation department. 3-year term, go over what the agreement was again.
Yes, Your Honor. It was a 3-year term of probation, no contact of any kind with the complainant, including third-party contact, no tracking of the complainant. He is to complete domestic violence counseling. He is also to complete a psychological evaluation and follow all recommendations that stem from that.
Okay, I can go along with all that. And are we able to sentence today? Do we have the complainant?
Your Honor, the
Online
complainant's
or
been
have we-
involved in this case, but I don't see her present today. I would request sentencing be set out to allow us time to provide her with notification.
And I would indicate to the court that she has been here previously in a pretrial before
Okay.
Mr. King's
And
involvement.
do either one of you think we need to do a pre-sentence investigation on this, or just schedule a sentencing so we can give a notice to the complainant?
I don't believe a PSI is necessary, Your Honor.
I agree, Your Honor.
Mr. Bennett? Okay, I'll leave it to you to allocute when it's appropriate then, Mr. Bennett. All right, Mr. Corder, back to you. Do you understand the possible penalty for count 1, stalking?
Yes, Your Honor.
You've discussed your rights and options with Mr. Bennett. You understand all those? I'm sorry, your audio went out. Is that a yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty to count 1 freely and voluntarily today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Bennett, would you like to do the voir dire to give me a factual basis?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Corder, do you know Teresa Corder?
Yes,
Your ex-wife, right?
correct.
Now, after you and her were divorced earlier,
Yes,
and after that divorce, you continued to attempt to contact her after she asked you to stop contacting you. Is that right?
yes,
You also followed her around, trying to learn where she lived,
yes,
and you did put tracking devices on her car on 2 different occasions.
yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor. I believe that creates a factual basis for stalking.
May I inquire as to 2 other matters? Mr. Corter, did this occur in Van Buren Township, Wayne County, Michigan?
Yes,
And did these events occur between March the 19th of 2021 and April the 8th of 2020?
Yeah.
With those clarifications, Your Honor, the people are satisfied.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'll accept the plea to count 1, dismiss counts 2 and 3. Our probation department will schedule a sentencing, give notice to Mrs. Corder, and in the meantime, bond would be continued. Anything else today?
Nothing for the people.
Nothing from the defendant, Your Honor.
Thank you, gentlemen. Enjoy your day.
Judge, we're going to start with Demonte Gibson, which is Mr. Nunley's case.
What time is Mr. Gibson scheduled, please?
9 a.m.
Thank you very much.
Is Mr. Gibson here?
Mr. Dudley, your
Yep,
appearance.
Mr. Gibson's here.
Yeah, Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendant Devontae Gibson.
And Larry King for the people, P78774.
Or he was. Where did
Thank
he
you,
go?
gentlemen.
Wait a minute, Judge. I don't see him.
Yeah, I'm just.
Yeah, no, I haven't had an opportunity to speak with him either.
Oh, he's coming back.
You need a breakout with him, Royce?
I do, and I also need 2 more minutes with Mr. Claiborne. The breakout room closed on that one.
Yep, so I'm sorry, who do you need to speak to, Royce?
I need 2 more minutes with Marcus Claiborne, and then I need Devontae.
Okay. All right, Judge, then we can, Mr. Batar is here on Stefan Lewis, I'm sorry. The victim has not appeared.
We got Mr. Lewis.
Yep, bringing him in.
Looks like he's having trouble connecting.
Judge, if you'd like, I can put on my appearance and I can inform him of what is going to transpire after the fact.
All right, go ahead with the appearance.
Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. Lewis L., Your Honor. Today is the time of day set for a final pretrial. It's my understanding the complainant has failed to appear.
Your Honor, this is APA Larry King for the people, P78774. That is accurate, Your Honor. This is set for a final pretrial, and I am unable to proceed. I do not have a complaining witness.
We move to
Mr.
dismiss,
Batar,
Your Honor.
motion. This will be
Move to
dismissed
dismiss,
without
Judge.
prejudice.
Thank you very much.
Granted.
I'll call Mr. Lewis L. right now.
Thank you.
Everyone have a good day.
You as well, thank you.
All right, Judge, we will do I have another attorney in here? Sam? I have Huron here. You said that you were ready to prepare without speaking to the client, correct? Judge, this is Mr. Thornsberry. He is in custody at Huron.
Heather, on Mr. Thornsberry, was there, I need to speak with Larry. I don't know if the victim appeared or not.
Yes, the victim is here.
Okay, can I speak to Mr. King and see if there's any officers at this time?
All right.
Thank you.
Judge, I'm going to move the people back in the waiting room instead of
That's fine.
everybody being on the screen. Let's see, we have, I thought all these people were supposed to have talked to Larry. I have Joe Simon and his client Asika. Not sure.
What time?
They are at 9:30.
Oh, I got it, 9:30.
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Simon.
Good morning.
Your appearance for Mr. Osika, please.
Joe Simon on behalf of Obina Osika, pardon me.
Good morning, Mr. Osika.
Good morning.
Counsel, what are we doing today?
I understand, Your Honor, that this is a final pretrial to where Judge Green ordered that the complainant, Robin Osika, be present in order for the case to proceed.
That's what my note says, correct.
And I just logged in, so I don't think that Miss Osika is present.
I am present.
Oh, no, not you, Mr.
All right, Mr. Simon, let me just wait until I can get confirmed with the prosecutor that he has not had any contact with her today.
Thank you, yes.
You know, if he's talked to her and she's trying to get in and she can't, she's having technical difficulties or something like that. Mr.
Understood.
King, have you have you had any contact today with a complainant, last name Asika, Asika?
Grab my file, Your Honor. Let me see I have to
Please.
check my notes. I rely on my notes.
Sure. This was set for a final pretrial today, and I don't see Miss Asika in the waiting room.
I can tell you that a subpoena was sent. I've had no contact with the complainant.
Mr. Simon?
Move to dismiss, Your Honor.
Granted, this is dismissed without prejudice. And I do not see a cash bond, so I think we're done on this one.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Asika, you can
Have a
leave the
lovely day.
meeting and I'll follow up with you.
Okay, thank you. How do I leave?
Judge, we have Royce is here on Mr. Claiborne, who is in Washtenaw County Jail.
Okay,
And
I'm
Royce
ready.
has spoke to him.
Mr. Nunley, your appearance.
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of defendant. At this time, Your Honor, we would just be asking for an adjournment. King has indicated that he does not yet have the file, and obviously I'm going to need to see the discovery on it.
They wrote for reckless driving, so yes.
That's accurate, Your Honor. This is a relatively new case. The file appears to be with our central discovery team. I have not received it back from them yet. So in order to provide Mr. Nunley with discovery, we would ask for an additional time.
All right, looks like my next date available for you guys is September 28th.
I think that the only date that I have available that Heather provided was October 26th.
Any objections?
No objection.
8:30?
Sure.
All right. Bond is continued.
Can you say that one date one more time for my notes, Your Honor? I apologize.
The date is October 26th, 8:30 a.m.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
May I say something?
Claiborne, you understand that?
Yes, I do. I'm currently housed at the Washtenaw County Jail, and they would need you guys to fax over the
All right,
paperwork.
hold on. I'm getting a lot of background from somewhere, and I can't understand what Mr. Claiborne's telling me. So who's not muted?
It was Mr. Jadala. I did mute him.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Claiborne. I'm sorry about that.
I'm currently housed at the Washtenaw County Jail, and there is a possibility that I could be transferred to a program with the Michigan Department of Corrections. So I was wondering if you guys could fax over the adjournment, like the disposition, because I won't have any of that information on my person. Because I'm in a different county. I'm not in Wayne County Jail. I'm in Washtenaw.
Yep, if they give me the information, I can send over the notice to appear with the Zoom information for the next case.
Okay,
Either you
thank you.
can fax or email, whatever. What did you guys want to provide me, Washtenaw?
I have a fax number if you're ready to copy.
Yep, ready.
734
Uh-huh.
973
Okay.
4775.
All right, I'll send it as soon as we're done with our hearings today, okay?
Thank you.
Thanks. Have a great day. Sam, are you ready for Thornsberry?
I need to speak with Mr. Thornsberry in the breakout room briefly.
Okay.
Ready on anybody else?
I'm looking. Devontae Gibson, you're ready, correct, Royce?
No, I need a breakout room with Mr. Gibson.
Okay. I think I asked you that. Sorry. Larry, for as much as we tried to handle this morning, it doesn't look like we're going anywhere.
No, and unfortunately, if I have that in person at 11, I'm gonna have to take this show on the road here pretty soon. And I still have Judge Cusick in my ear at Third Circuit. So, what about Dakota Daly? Whose defense on that?
Jeff is?
Okay, well, it was a final pretrial and I don't have a victim.
I don't think Mr. Bowditch has a defendant.
I didn't want to bring that up, Judge.
Fair is fair. Your
Honor.
call, Mr. King.
I
If you don't
move for
have her today,
capious,
you're
Your
probably
Honor.
not gonna have her next time either.
I understand that, but I would move for capious, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'll put him in the no-show file. I'll make a note in the file that if he would have been here, it would have been to his benefit.
I apologize, Your Honor. Your Honor, do you know when these were set originally?
Say that again?
Do you know when this matter was set originally?
You mean like the first court date or when today's date was set?
Oh, no, when the first court date was set. I couldn't find these guys in my notes.
I'm going back to April 22nd. Looks like he was arraigned. Then the next thing I've got is Judge Green made some notes about a bench trial for November 10.
And this is 2020,
Yeah,
Jeff.
yeah, it goes back a ways.
And then October 6th, Jeff, was the date that you asked for a bench trial. And then we weren't doing anything live.
Is that the same for Johnson, Heather?
Hold on, let's one file at a time. We got a phone number for Mr. Daly. Have you tried to call it today? 707-6403.
No, Your Honor, once again?
707-6403. If you can get him to zoom in today, we can close a file.
The last four digits are 6043?
6403, 6403.
Is that a 734 number, Your Honor?
No, it's a 903.
903.
And,
I'll try, Your
put him
Honor.
in the
Thank you.
no-show. I'll
Thank
put
you.
him in the no-show pile.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Heather, what else we got?
Sorry, Judge. We're waiting for Royce.
What about Mr. Green Johnson with Jeff?
If you guys want to handle
I
that
just
one.
put him in the no-show pile.
Okay, yep.
He is capious as well?
Well, he's not capious yet, but he's headed that way.
You have a number on Johnson, Your Honor? I apologize.
Nope, don't have one for him.
Thank you.
Yep. I'm doing the same, so for your files or for your note keeping, Mr. King, with Mr. Good Jacobs, if I can find a file.
Now, Mr. Good Jacobs, Judge, that was adjourned to October 12th with Mr. Piotrowski.
He has retained counsel who needs discovery.
Yeah.
All right. And
Michael
then
Trotter is in the waiting room. We're waiting for Royce. Malik Walker
Okay.
is in the waiting room, or he was a second ago. He keeps coming and going.
Thank you.
Yeah, but we're waiting for Royce.
Have you seen Mr. Kinzer?
Yep, him and Mr. Draper have been in the breakout rooms for about 20 minutes.
Good. How about Mr. Wallace
Nothing yet on Wallace.
or Williamson?
Nothing yet on Williamson yet. Royce, are you
All right,
ready?
Yes, I am.
So this is
who
going to be
is
Gibson,
Draper?
Judge. I'm sorry.
Yeah, who's Draper? You said you had Kinzer and Draper. Who's Draper?
Yep, Draper. David Draper is the attorney retained on Mr. Kinzer.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yep. ROA didn't reflect, or the docket didn't reflect that. That's fine.
Nope, it
Okay.
doesn't.
All right, Mr. Nunley, you ready on Mr. Gibson?
Yeah, Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of defendant. We would just ask for an adjournment so that we can get discovery from the prosecution.
No objection to the adjournment. This case was previously a felony, so it appears the discovery was provided to the felony attorney. I didn't know this was going to be Royce's file, so without knowing who to send it to, I hadn't sent it yet.
Royce, you want to go to that October date again?
That'd be great. Thank you, Judge.
That was the 26th.
Yep.
And I can do this at 8:30 if that helps.
Sounds good.
Bond will be continued. Mr. Gibson, understood?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you.
Royce, do you know about Trotter? Do you need to speak to Trotter?
I do. I think this is another one where Mr. King indicated that he does not yet have a file.
That's accurate. I don't have a file on Mr. Trotter. It's a new case.
Yeah, but it's an arraignment pretrial. So that one
Okay.
needs to be arraigned also, Judge, Mr. Trotter.
Let's
If I could
bring him in.
speak
We'll
with
take
them.
care of the arraignment. Actually, it
Okay.
looks like he's arraigned by Al on July
Oh.
28th.
Oh, then they just scheduled it incorrectly. Okay.
So we'll set this one for the 26th at 9.
At 9.
He's
Yeah,
coming
Mr.
in
Trotter's
now.
trying to connect right now.
Yeah.
Royce, do you have a phone number for Mr. Trotter?
I do not. I haven't spoken with him.
734
Uh-huh.
934
Yep.
0699.
Got it.
It looks like he is virtually challenged. Oh, he just came in. Mr. Trotter, are you there?
Oh, yes, I'm here.
Good morning. We're going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Nunley, who is the court-appointed attorney that you requested. Understood?
Okay.
And Mr. Nunley, assuming after you talk to him, there's no need for me to talk to him, you can just have him remove himself from the meeting.
Will do.
All right? Thank you. Mr. King, I'm assuming you've already spoken to the victim on Thornsbury?
I have not spoken with the victim on Thornsbury. Mr. Thornsbury also has a new file, so.
All right. We've got her in the meeting if you'd like.
I
a breakout
seen
room with
her. Yes.
All right, I'll put you guys in
Is
now.
that new file something we should have for arraignment, or is it just in the works
It's
on
still
your end?
being typed. It's still being typed. My colleague charged it. I don't know anything about it other than that.
Sorry, guys, all the
Thank you.
breakout rooms closed. I'll put you back in, Royce.
Okay.
Raise your hand if you don't need a breakout room. All right, looks like Mr. Draper is ready. Are you ready on Kinser, Mr. Draper?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your appearance, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Draper, P 43750, on behalf of Jesse Kinser. We're here, I believe, for a pretrial, Your Honor.
All right.
APA Larry King for the people.
Thank you, gentlemen. And Mr. Draper, have you sent us an appearance?
But if we talk, you should show the green line. The court
Yes,
might
Your
be.
Honor. Yes, Your Honor. We actually filed a substitution of attorneys. And that should have gone in. We got Samer Jadala was previous appointed counsel, but he agreed to a substitution and we sent that in, Your Honor.
Okay.
And
It
it's
just hasn't
actually-
made it on my ROA yet. No
I
problem.
have it signed by your honor.
No problem. I believe you. It just hasn't made it on the ROA. I just want to make sure it was in the mix.
Your Honor.
So, any idea, Heather, where I'm getting all this background noise?
No, I'm trying to figure it out too. I muted Huron, but it's not showing up who is making that noise.
All right.
Now it sounds like
All
we're
right,
good.
Mr. Draper, what's your pleasure?
Your Honor, we would ask for a second pretrial. We don't need a great deal of time. I just need more time to speak with my client. We did receive an offer from Mr. King and we are considering that very seriously, but I need a little more time to speak with my client. And then we have one other issue if I could address it.
All right, adjourn date September 28, October 12, or October 26.
Mr. Draper, remind me again, do you still need discovery from me?
I do not, I don't believe so. I know I have written discovery. I might reach out on a 911 tape or something like that, but I'll
Reach
message
out.
privately if that's okay. The 12th October, Your Honor, would be ideal if the court would allow.
How about 9 a.m.?
Excellent. Can I
That's gonna
address
be
one other
courtroom
matter,
3.
Your Honor?
Yeah, that's going to be courtroom 3. Go ahead, counsel.
Your Honor, my client and the alleged victim live together in a house that's titled in both their names. He has personal effects there. He'd like to go receive either with a civil standby or if the court would allow with like a family member. So there's some neutral third party there. Just needs to get his personal effects. 1, 2, he does have a Toyota Sienna 2016 that is there that's titled solely in his name that I believe the alleged victim is driving. He'd like to get the vehicle back. He is paying for it, and he would just like the opportunity to operate that motor vehicle.
Mr. King, any objections on the vehicle?
Your Honor, the property issues at question are largely civil. I'll leave that to the parties to work out. I have no objection as long as there's no direct contact with Miss Stacy Corner, our victim. As long as the no contact remains in place, I don't consider civil standby to be contact. So as long as the no contact order remains in place and unviolated, the parties can work out their disputes and issues regarding property.
All right. Ms. Kincher, I've got you muted. Can you unmute yourself?
It's Miss Courtney.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Croner, I believe it's Croner.
How do you pronounce it? Cohener? Still muted. How do you pronounce your name, ma'am?
Cohenauer.
Cohenauer? Thank you. Good morning. Ms. Cohenauer, you agree that was it a Toyota, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor, Toyota Sienna van.
You agree that the Toyota is titled in Mr. Kincher's name?
It is.
Okay, then make that available so when he shows up with the police department, he can drive that away.
Can I say
Any
something?
questions?
I have a question.
Sure.
We had an agreement. We had an agreement with the van, and that's my only vehicle to drive my kids to school and to get to work to buy food for the kids. And I was supposed to purchase that van from him. I paid him the money and he's just paying me back for the van. He's not paying it out of his own money. It's money that I loaned him when we first.
Why is he paying you back for the van?
Paying me in payments. And I have told him that I will
Hold on.
That's my own.
Hold on, you're confused. Stop, you're confusing me. You said you were gonna buy the van from him, but then you said he's paying you.
What happened was when we got the van, I loaned him $7,700 to pay off his credit cards. And our agreement was that he would make payment on the van until he repaid me the $7,700. And then I would purchase the van and he would put the title in my name and it would be my van. And so if he takes the van, I'm willing to purchase the van because I do need the van to transport my kids to school and to get to work. I have no other vehicle. And I will buy it from him.
Your Honor, if I may, this sounds like a civil matter that needs to be before the court for a contracts dispute, not part of a domestic violence case.
Absolutely.
I think that this is something as far as quieting the title on this van that needs to be handled separately. I ask the court not put any orders on the record pertaining.
No, I agree. Too convoluted. Mr. Draper, ma'am, do you have any problem if Mr. Draper contacts you about that van? Hello? Ms. Cohenauer, I'm speaking to you.
Yes.
Do you have any objection if Mr. Draper contacts you about the van?
No, that would be fine.
All right, counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor.
The van stays where it is until there's some kind of an agreement that you can get on paper about it.
Very
But
well.
as far as a civil standby to pick up personal property, your client can set that up with Van Buren.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Your Honor. We'll see you,
Your Honor.
Good luck all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cohenauer.
Thank you.
Mr. Jadala, are you ready on here on Mr. Thornsberry, who's at Huron?
I am ready for Mr. Thornsberry, Judge. I'll let the judge call the case and I'll explain what's going on.
Okay, thank you.
All right, People versus Donald Thornsberry.
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Jadala, P62186.
And Your Honor, APA Larry King for the people, P78774. I will note for the record that our complaining witness is also present on Zoom today.
And Your Honor, respectfully, Simon Jadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Thornsberry. Your Honor, Mr. Thornsberry is at the Huron jail. I wasn't able to talk to him during the breakout room because they're on mute, but I did have a phone call. I did have a phone conversation with him. The Huron Police Department did call me so I could speak with him. I've explained to him the circumstances and that he has a new case that's pending. He has not been arraigned on yet. So what I would like to, I think same victim, similar charges. What I'd like to do, Your Honor, is I believe probably what would be best is to wait for him to be arraigned and set this matter and the next matter both simultaneously for a pretrial and a pretrial.
Your Honor, there is no offer from the people on this case because of the new charges. I think it is logical that both these cases, the case that is forthcoming as well as this case, run together. So I don't have any objection to Mr. Jadala's request.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make a note that we'll adjourn the pretrial. At this point, we'll just set it for an in-house review because we don't know when the new one's going to be scheduled. So we'll try to tie them together. In the meantime, bond will be continued.
Thank you, Judge. And
Mr.
Judge,
Jadala,
yes,
Mr.
sir.
Jadala, do you have discovery?
If you could send them both, that would be great, Larry.
Thank you.
Mr. Trotter, you understand what's going on? Or Mr. Thornsberry, excuse me? You're muted. I can't hear you. You got to unmute. There, try that.
Yes. Yes. Yes, I hear you.
I can. Mr. Thornsberry, you understand that?
My bond is continued. Both cases are going to be joined together. But I'm asking, is there some way I can get the no contact order with her is fine. I just want to be able to go back to my address because that's where me and my son resided before me and Tina ever got back together.
Hold
on one second.
Your Honor,
if I could, we just got the approved warrant back from Wayne County for the case that happened yesterday, not the case that's on the docket for today. We're sending it over. It will be over in less than 5 minutes. If you want to do this later on today, it's up to you, sir. But we just sent it over right now.
I'm not going to be able to provide Mr. Jadala with discovery at that immediate notice because I have 8 bench trials with Your Honor.
Right, I was just talking about for arraignment for the case that happened yesterday that we just got approved on.
All I need is a file. I should be able to arraign him on that one in just a few minutes, hopefully. So you've already sent the information over to our arraignment clerk?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we're going to put you guys back in the waiting room, or we can,
Your Honor,
remove you from the meeting. Don't speak, sir.
Just one second.
I can put you in the waiting room, officer, or I can just remove you from the meeting and we'll call you and let you know we need you in the waiting room when we get the other file ready to go.
Okay, yeah, just give us a call and we'll jump back on, Your Honor.
All right, and we'll deal with the whole where Mr. Thornsberry can go and can't go when we get him back on with both files.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I told the E&D judge to let us know when she gets the information as soon as possible.
Awesome. Mr. Trotter, can you unmute yourself, sir?
Yes, sir.
Why are you still here?
You haven't handled this case yet, Judge. He's Royce.
I got it. We adjourned it. Royce, I thought we adjourned Trotter.
We did. I'm sorry.
No, we did, but there was an issue that we wanted to bring before the court. That's why I didn't sign off. So he is wondering if we could try to amend this no contact order to a no assaultive contact. He believes that the alleged victim in the case has been trying to make it so because there's a mortgage or a rent payment or something that she cannot handle on her own. She's been, or I believe that she's been trying to do something to get this modified. I'm not sure. So I was wondering if Mr. King could reach out to the alleged victim, and if that's the case, we could amend this order. We could stipulate to an amended
Okay.
order of just no assaultive.
I
It
have no
looks like
file.
Mr. King's looking for files.
This is a case where I have no file, so I can't do anything until the file comes across my desk, and I would object to any observance or any modification to the orders at this point in time, as I don't have any information on this matter.
Okay,
Well,
here's what
I
I'm
mean-
gonna suggest, Mr. Nunley. Mr. King, just so you know, the lady's name is Deborah Blackburn. So as soon as Mr. King can make contact with her, then Mr. King, would you contact Mr. Nunley and we'll schedule a special Zoom?
Yeah, I will reach out to Ms. Blackburn as soon as I have the file in front of me, and then reach out to Mr. Nunley as a result. Your Honor, we are running into a bit of an issue. It's now 9:20. I have an in-person bench trial with you at 11. I need to switch devices so that I can become mobile, so that I can be there before 11. So if the
Okay.
court will just indulge me for about 5 minutes, I got to pack up my things, take an elevator ride, and then I
Sure.
will be back on a different device.
That's fine. We'll do what we can without you. All right, Mr. Trotter, understand? As soon as the prosecutor can
Yes.
have a conversation with the lady, then we can have another conversation about bond. In
Okay,
the meantime, it is no contact.
all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, Miss Goosen has her hand raised. I think she.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
just gonna bring her in so we could talk to her. Ms. Goosen, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay, I'm unmuted. I'm
right.
sorry, I'm
Did
just
you
at work. I
understand
don't know
what-
if I
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm just at work. I just didn't know if I still needed to be on the Zoom call.
Does Mr. King have your phone number?
I'm not sure if it's, I have a new
All right.
phone number.
Can you send that phone number to Heather through the chat function so you don't have to read it out out loud?
Okay,
All right, so when we get Mr. King back in the meeting, we'll provide him your number so he can call you later when we recall Mr. Thornsberry's files.
okay, already.
And you know how to do that with chat?
Yes, I do, yes.
Okay, so after you send that number, you can go ahead and remove yourself.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Judge, so Michael Franklin and Danielle Pinder. Danielle is
Yep.
the victim. Michael Franklin, I
Yep.
don't know if Royce needs to speak to him.
Which one was it again, Heather?
Michael Franklin.
Yes, I do need to speak with Mr.
Okay.
Franklin.
All right, good.
I believe that this is, hold on one sec, I think it might be the same. Yep, so Larry doesn't have a file on this either.
Okay, so do we want, so Larry's aware that you need information?
I mean, I need
Yeah.
discovery in all of these cases.
Okay.
Yeah, why don't we bring Franklin and Pinder in,
Okay.
and then we'll set this for October 26th at 9, Royce, does that work?
Yep, sounds good.
And then I'll let you speak to him, Royce, after we do that. And we lost Mr. Jadala. He is on Brent Gray.
Okay. Might send him a text, he might not remember that one.
Okay.
Miss Pinder, do we have you? All right, Mr. Nunley, your appearance for Mr. Franklin.
Yeah, Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of Mr. Franklin. As indicated, Mr. King indicated to me that he does not yet have the file on this case, so we would need an adjournment so that he can have a file and I can get discovery.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Franklin. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
All right, and Miss Pinder, can you hear me? You're muted.
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're going to adjourn this matter until October 26th. That'll be at 9 o'clock. That'll give the prosecutor, Mr. King, a chance to share some information with Mr. Nunley, Mr. Franklin's attorney. Ms. Pinder, before you sign off, I want to make sure we've got a good phone number for you so we can give it to Mr. King so he can contact you. Understood?
Yes, that's fine.
All right. All right, Mr. Franklin, we're going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Nunley just so you can have a conversation. And then we'll see you back here on the 26th. Understood?
All right.
And Royce, I'll continue bond until then.
Okay, thank you.
So Heather, go ahead and put the gentleman in a breakout room while I speak to Ms. Pinder about her phone number.
All right.
Ms. Pinder, do you know how to use the chat function on Zoom?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what I want you to do is chat your phone number to Heather. Heather's my clerk.
Okay. I
And
see
then
it.
she'll make a note of that and pass that on to Mr. King.
Done.
Yep.
Do you have any questions?
No questions at all.
All right, you're all set, Ms. Pinder. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Thanks.
I just called Mr. Jadala regarding Brent Gray. I'm going to bring in Mr. Tackett because I don't know what he is on or who he is.
Yep. And Heather, Wallace and Williamson, 920, no contact?
Correct. No contact.
Thank you. Mr. Tackett, can you hear me? Heather, I'm going to remove Tackett. Hopefully when he comes back. Oh, there he is. Mr. Tackett, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, I'm not finding your name on my docket. What are you scheduled for today and when?
Hold on a second. Let me read the paper to you. Give me 1 second here. I got a paper that says, hold on. It says that I failed to report what the probation officer has ordered and failed to provide documentation of outpatient and failed to.
Okay, let me stop you. Let me stop you. You're in a courtroom meeting. This is not probation.
Yes, I know,
So
but it told me to be in, it gave me a Zoom ID and told me to be here at
It's
10 a.m.
October 14th, Mr. Tackett. You're just a month early.
Oh.
Yep. October 14th, 10 a.m. Same place.
Okay, well, I'm
much
already
better
enrolled
to be
in,
a month late.
I'm enrolled in outpatient and all that. Who do I?
Right. Contact your probation officer, sir.
I don't know who he is. They said he was going to
Emily.
notify me who he was. Who is it?
Emily Tiroli.
One more time so I can write it down.
Emily Tiroli.
Okay, I see it here. I can't read it on our signature, but okay. All right, so I'll provide
Contact
that.
her.
Okay.
Let her know what's going on. Yep, maybe we can get you on track so you don't have to show up for a violation hearing in October.
Okay.
Good luck.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, Heather, this is APA. I just got a call from the complainant on the 11 o'clock bench trial who is in the building. She's quite confused and of limited language abilities. Is there somebody who could have one of the bailiffs escort her to a room to wait for me?
Sure, I'll call down right
What's
now.
her name?
Wadak. I'm not going to try to pronounce her last name. I get it wrong all the time.
That's all right. That's all right.
Appreciate
and
your
Larry,
help.
when you get settled in, we've got some phone numbers for a couple of the complainants on files for Mr. Nunley that have been adjourned till October 26th.
Okay.
Heather's got those numbers, so when you're ready, she'll pass them on to you.
Yeah, Heather, can you just put those in an email to me? That's going to be the best way to do it.
Yep, I'll have her do that. She's talking to security right now.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Bye. And I am still here. I am ready if you need me.
Thanks. Looks like we've run out of bodies for a minute, gentlemen.
We have Brent Gray, but again, we're waiting on Jadala. I called him.
Right.
It sounded like he was busy with something else. And I just called security and that victim is not in the building.
Okay.
So they will work with her when she comes in.
Yeah, I wonder if she's wandering around the old building. Larry asked for you to email him those two complainants' names and phone numbers.
All right, I will do that right now.
Royce, Jeff, do either one of you have anything that was scheduled before 11 o'clock?
Whatever is on here.
Because I think I've dealt with all those files and either dealt with them or put them in the no-show pile.
Your Honor, I have contacted the one no-show and the other we didn't have a number for, I didn't contact, but I tried to leave a message for Mr. Daly.
Okay.
So hopefully
Yeah,
he'll
so
call.
I guess who was, I think that some of the ones that I had that maybe were Malik Walker, Matthew Wallace, and Gregory Williamson.
Wallace and Williamson are in the no-show pile, and Walker, we did something.
Judge, if you can look if we have a phone number for Walker, because he tried multiple times. He was in our waiting room multiple times today. So I will say he tried, but we just didn't get to him.
Royce, I do have a phone number for Mr. Walker.
Okay.
231 493 1245.
1245. And the last one that I have would be Terrell Canty.
And Canty was scheduled at 9:40.
Nothing
So
yet.
Canty's also in the no-show pile.
Okay, I'm gonna try to call Mr. Walker now.
Let me see if I've got Canty a phone number there. I do. You can try him as well.
Okay.
Canty 313-917-6651.
Got it.
Heather, who was on? Royce, was Thornsberry yours too?
Nope, that's Jadala's also, and they're getting ready to bring
okay.
him in. They have the paperwork. Andy's just getting the file made and telling Huron to contact us.
Okay. Jeff, it looks like we're done with you until the 11 o'clock bench trial, eh?
No, when
Smith?
Brett Gray we have also. We're waiting for Jadala. He's at 9:40.
No,
I
I'm just
think I'm
telling Jeff,
done.
we're done with him until 11 o'clock.
Oh,
I think
Jeff,
so, Your
I'm
Honor.
sorry. I thought you said Larry. I'm very sorry, guys.
Yep.
I'm in the building though, Judge. I'm just gonna leave the break. I'm gonna leave the meeting.
I knew you were in the building because I recognized the parrot behind you. Actually, the parrot's on your shoulder right now. You look like a pirate.
Heather, I'm upstairs if you need me.
All right. Thanks, Jeff.
Hey, Heather, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you, Larry.
Did anybody ever let that victim in?
She wasn't here. I instructed.
Okay.
I'm
All right.
wondering if it's at the old building.
She did?
I don't know. I'm wondering if that's where she went because none of the officers seen her. They were looking for her.
Can you hear me, Heather?
I sure can.
So I got a hold of Mr. Walker and he's going to try to call in again.
Okay, good.
And there was no answer for Terrell Canty.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. No problem.
Hi, Mr. Draper. You're back.
Yes, I had a long chance to talk with my client. He actually would like to take advantage of the plea offer from Mr. King. Is it possible we could hop back on the docket?
Okay, that was her. She's there.
Sure.
Mr. Kinzer appears to be in the room as well.
Counsel, I've got to go get my hands on that file. I just removed those files from the courtroom, so let me go grab it.
Thank you.
Mr. Draper, are you thinking we should do a pre-sentence investigation on this one, or you think we could sentence today if we could get the complainant back on?
Happy to sentence today, Your Honor, if it's available, and I'm happy to call the complaining witness. I have her cell right here.
Yeah, if you know what, if you don't mind, why don't you call her and ask her to get back on Zoom?
Will do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Heather, we have not gotten the new Thornsbury file yet, have we?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear with his noise. What was that?
Have we received from downstairs the new Thornsbury paperwork?
No. It
Okay.
should be soon because I see them in the waiting room. I'll
Yeah.
call Andy right now.
Thanks. And really, all I need is a blue ROA to write on.
And Jadala. But Andy's bringing it up right now.
Yeah.
I'm texting him again.
Thanks.
Your Honor, the complaining witness is heading back onto Zoom.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And counsel, why don't you tell me what the agreement was?
Yes, Your Honor. My client would be offering a guilty plea as charged pursuant to 7694A with a 12-month probationary term. And, you know, if he would obviously comply with all terms and conditions of probation, the matter would be dismissed at the end of the probationary term. You know, obviously, as long as he does everything he's ordered to do.
Thank you.
With clarification, Your Honor, this is APA King with clarification, Your Honor. That would be to plead to the domestic violence count. I believe there is a second count that would be dismissed pursuant to the plea agreement. Furthermore, I know this court likes to say it, lots of people like to say it, that a 7694A dismisses a case at the end of probation, but more properly, it suppresses the case. Just for clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
You said something about account 2. I don't see account 2.
I may be mistaken, Your Honor, but if there are any non-DV counts, they would be obviously not qualifying.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Kinzer, unmute yourself, sir. All right, Mr. Kinzer, you understand the possible penalty for the charge?
Yes.
And you've discussed your rights with counsel. You understand those rights and options?
Yes, I do.
Understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily today?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell me what happened on August 10, 2021 in Van Buren Township that makes you think you're guilty of this charge. Heather, where is all that background noise coming from?
It's coming from Mr. Kinzer.
Mr. Kinzer, where are you at?
I'm in an office in a room.
All right.
In a house.
And I don't think it's coming from him.
Your Honor, may I voir dire Mr. Kinzer regarding the underlying plea facts?
Everybody's muted, so I don't know where it's coming from. Yeah, go ahead, counsel. I'm just having trouble hearing Mr. Kinzer.
Same for all of us, Your Honor. Mr. Kinzer, please state your name for the record.
Jesse Kinzer.
On August the 10th of this year, were you in Van Buren Township on Hamlin Street?
Yes. Yes.
And on that date, did you have unwanted physical contact with Stacy Cohenor?
Yes. I actually have a question first. So what was the prosecutor talking about with another count? I didn't really understand that, or
The prosecutor was confused.
Okay.
There only appears to be one count, Mr. Kinzer, but we'll make the record clear that you're pleading to one count. If there's any other counts floating out there we're not aware of, they're being dismissed. You're just pleading to one count of domestic violence pursuant to the statute.
Okay.
And sir, on that date, Mr. Kinzer, did the complaining witness invite you to touch her or have unwanted touching with her, or no?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, have we complied?
Mr. King, you satisfied with the factual basis?
People are satisfied.
Thank you. All right, and Mr. Kinzer, I've got your address on Hamlin Street, correct?
Yes.
All right, are you working?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who do you work for?
I work for Holland. Their name is now Yellow. I'm a weight and research coordinator in Romulus.
And how long have you been with the company?
Over 2 years now.
Thank you. Mr. Draper, no prior criminal contact from Mr. Kinzer?
That's correct, Your Honor. Full-time employed, no criminal record, retained counsel immediately, has not violated conditions of bond. We would respectfully ask the court to impose a probationary term and any other terms that the court might set.
Thank you. Ms. Cohenauer, anything you want to tell me before I sentence? You are currently muted.
I don't have anything.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kinzer, anything you want to tell me before I sentence?
I just would like to move past this and learn from my mistake. And I want to be a dad to my son. That's it.
All right. Ms. Cohenauer, do you want the no contact to continue for 12 months?
Yes, I think it's a good idea.
I'm sorry, a little louder?
Yes, I think it's a good idea.
All right.
Your Honor, can we just ask that for their child that they share, that there be perhaps a couple family members that be helpful in the transferring back and forth the child, and or also for my client to pick up personal effects.
Ms. Cohenauer, is there some family members that you both get along with that we could use to act as an intermediary for visitation, drop-offs, and pickups?
He does not. He is very, he does not like my family at all. Doesn't let them in our house. And his parents he came on Sunday to get his belongings with a standby. and then decided not to come in to get his stuff because they wouldn't take me and my kids out of the house. And his mom was with him, and she had like some kind of words with the police, and they told me to report that to you guys, that happened on Sunday.
All right, that's a lot of information, but it didn't answer the question I asked.
So I don't think we do have any family members. I would be comfortable with my parents if he would be, but I'm not comfortable with his because of what happened on Sunday and because of.
Then Mr. Draper, I'm going to suggest that they do drop-offs and pickups at the police department.
Agreed, Your Honor.
Yeah, Your Honor, this is APA King. It does sound like there are matters that need to be handled by the family court that are outside the scope of this hearing.
Yeah, we need to figure it out in the court or some kind of thing. We can figure it out.
All right. Anything else anybody wants me to consider before I sentence?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Kinzer, 12-month delayed sentence under 769.4A. No contact order continues. No new charges. Court costs are assessed amount of $500. Can you pay that within 30 days?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any clarification necessary, Mr. Draper?
None, Your Honor.
Good luck, gentlemen. Good luck, Ms. Kopenhauer.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I think he was
Well, one of
recording
those
it or
people-
something, Judge, because it was feedback. Every time you talk, he would get feedback.
It was one of them, one of the three
Yeah.
of them.
Yep. Jadala
Still
said,
no, go ahead.
he said a few minutes.
Okay. Mr. Thornsberry, I just want to let you know we're waiting for Mr. Jadala. He got called away to another Zoom meeting, so as soon as we get him back, I've got all the paperwork we need to go forward.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And Larry, if you want to contact the victim on Thornsberry with that number, so we've got her when we need her. Is that Larry trying to talk to us, Heather?
Yes, it is.
Have no idea what you said, Larry.
I'm thinking.
Your Honor, you asked me to call somebody, but I couldn't hear what you were saying.
Okay, yeah, the victim on Thornsberry, we're getting ready to do his new arraignment. And that's Miss Goosen. We're just waiting for attorney. We're waiting for Attorney Jadala.
Thank you.
Heather, what was the deal on Gray?
He's still in the
Brett
waiting
Gray.
room. He's been there for quite a while. We're waiting for Jadala.
Jadala, yep.
Yep.
And then Canty, isn't Canty the one that Royce said he got a hold of?
I think he was unable to get a hold of Canty, but he was able to get hold of Walker, who showed up again and left again.
Didn't get in.
No.
Couldn't get connected, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what his problem is.
I did tell him, I told him to try to come in again, and if he couldn't get into Zoom, to just call the court directly.
Let me see if I can get him on the phone. Do we know what we're doing on that one, Royce?
I believe that's another one where Mr. King didn't have the file, so.
Judge Andy has Mr. Walker on the phone with her. Do you want her to transfer him into your courtroom?
That would be great.
Did you hear that, Andy?
Yeah, so we'll just be adjourning this one for discovery also.
That was the 26th of October we were doing, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. Let's do this one at 8:40, so they're kind of between the last two sets.
Okay.
Actually, I suppose you could just call him and tell him that. Oh, hold on, he's coming through. Hello, Mr. Walker.
Hello, yeah, it's me.
All right, Mr. Walker, I've got Mr. Nunley on Zoom. He has not had a chance to get discovery from the prosecutor yet. So we're going to adjourn this matter until October 26th at 8:40.
Okay.
Your bond is continued. You got all that?
Yeah, I got that.
All right, have a nice day. All right, we should be good then, Royce.
Okay, thank you. Is that all of them for me then?
Royce, can you hold on a minute? I'm asking Sam if he needs you to do these last two, because he's in Lincoln Park and the judge isn't releasing him.
Okay, sure.
Hey, Larry, do you have a victim on the gray matter? Oh, that sounded weird. I'm not talking about brain. Victim's name is Finley, Gabrielle Finley.
On which matter, Your Honor? I apologize.
Client's name is Brent Gray. Defendant's name is Brent Gray.
I have not had contact with that complainant, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Nunley?
Yes, sir.
I don't think anybody's going to object if you stand in for Mr. Gray to ask for dismissal because the complainant didn't show up.
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
Yes, Royce,
trying to give
Jadala did ask if you could handle both of these last two cases.
Okay,
Please.
no
Thank
problem.
We're trying to get Mr. Gray connected right now.
Okay.
Hey, Heather?
Yes, Judge.
I need some blue ROA page twos at some point today, please.
Yep.
Mr. Gray, are you connected? Mr. Gray?
Looks like he's driving.
Remove him. Hey, Royce, I'm
Yeah.
going to give you his phone number. You can just let him know what we're doing.
Okay, great. What's his number?
313-850-5781.
Got it.
There is a $500 bond on the file. 90% will be returned to whoever posted it.
Okay.
And your motion?
Yeah, move to dismiss.
And Your Honor,
Granted.
APA Larry King, for the record, the complaining witness was subpoenaed for today's hearing and is not present.
Thank you, Larry. All right, Royce, do you want to have a conversation with Mr. Thornsberry at the jail? We've got one file. We got one file from August 9/21 that's scheduled for today, and then we're arraigning one that was from an incident date of 9/12/21.
And Royce, just
And I
this is
think-
APA King again. I owe Jadala discovery on the older file. I haven't even seen the newer file. I'm not making any offers yet.
So basically, we're arraigning on one and then we're adjourning the other two, right?
Yeah, we're going to get him arraigned on the new one and get both of them set for the same pretrial date.
Got it.
You want to talk to him privately?
Sure, yeah.
Mr.
Breakout room.
Officer, how did you do that with Mr. Jadal? I think you did it with a phone call. We lost.
I'm
you.
sorry. I already put them in. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, see if that works then. Yeah, go
Yep.
ahead. Go ahead and put see if it works.
I'm bringing in Mr. Gray again.
Mr. Gray, are you connected?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Gray, good morning, sir.
Good morning. How you doing?
Your good. Your case has been dismissed because the complainant did not show up. There's a $500 bond posted. 90% of that would be returned to whoever posted it. Do you understand all that?
Yes.
Any questions?
That was about my traffic tickets.
No, this is about a domestic violence misdemeanor charge.
No, I know that. I was saying about my traffic tickets. I had a.
What about them?
I had a $400 double parking because y'all didn't receive my payment.
Okay.
But I had
You
paid.
want me to apply the bond to that?
No, I had paid driving while suspended. I had paid that last year.
All right. Well, do you have proof that you paid it?
Yes, I got receipt email from online.
Okay, bring it in. Bring in your receipts, and we'll figure out what happened to your money.
Okay, thank
Any questions about today's file?
No, that's it.
Okay. Anything else?
No. Appreciate you, Your Honor.
Good luck.
All right, take care.
Your Honor, this is APA King. I am pulling into the courthouse right now, so I'm going to go off of Zoom. I'll be back on at about 5.
Got it. Heather, all these bench trials that are live, are they not?
From what I understand, they are. Jeff thinks only maybe one is going to go.
Which one? Do you know?
I don't. He didn't say.
Okay.
And then you have Mr. Cooley at 1.
Yep.
Okay. And then we have an exam at 1:30. I'm going to step away for a minute.
Yep. Royce, are you ready when we get the jail back on?
Yes, I believe so, Your Honor.
All right. We might as well put these two on the 26th as well. We're going to set these at 8:50, Royce.
8:50, okay.
Yep. And Huron's here. All right, Mr. Nunley, your appearance in the story, please.
Yes, Royce Nunley, standing in for attorney of record Sandra Dalla for the defendants. We'd waive a formal reading of any new charges and ask the court to enter a plea of not guilty on his behalf.
All right. On case number 210715, which is incident date September 12, I'll enter a not guilty plea. All right, Mr. Thornsberry, on both your files, we're going to set them up for a pretrial on October 26th at 8:50 in the morning. Understood?
Yes.
All right. Officer, if you'll give them a notice for the files, the new file is 21-0715.
Got it.
All right, and Mr. Nunley, as to bond, the bond
So-
on the current file is 5,000 PR, no contact, don't return to the Borbeau address, I guess it is.
Okay, so as to the new charges, Your Honor, there seems to be quite a few different moving parts to this, and they seem a little complicated. So him and his wife were living in the residence that's subject.
Hold on, you know what, Mr. Nunley, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just remembered, I don't have Mr. King right now because he's transitioning from his car to the building. So we should probably wait for him to have this, bond argument.
Probably.
Mr. Thornsberg, just give me a minute. Instead of repeating stuff, just give me a minute till we get all the players in the room.
Okay.
Hey, did the team make it in the building yet? All right. Yeah, is Jamie upstairs? Radio him and tell him to try to get Larry online. Thanks. Heather, we're having trouble with Larry. We can't get him connected. Heather, I don't know if you know which prosecutor's room he's in. Maybe you can call him.
Yep, Jamie's calling me right now.
There we go. All right, Larry, we got you connected.
Sorry about that, technical difficulties.
No problem. All right, so Mr. Nunley is standing in for Mr. Jadala. We've taken care of the arraignment portion of the new file. We've got both these files set for pretrial October 26th at 8:50. And Mr. Nunley was just going to talk to me about bonds, so I wanted to hold off until we had you in the room.
I appreciate it, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Nunley.
Okay, so as I was saying, this case has got multiple moving parts to it. And I think the most pressing matter is that him and his wife, who is the alleged victim, went through a custody case before they were married. They've only been married, I think, for 60 days.
2 months.
2 months. He was awarded, in this prior custody case, full custody of the minor child. And the mom, she was ordered to, her parenting time is only to be supervised through an organization called GrowthWorks. I don't know how much this court knows about the family court, but if you get supervised parenting time through GrowthWorks, there's got to be some sort of problem, because the waiting list to even get in there is sometimes 4 or 5 months backed up. So his wife has only been living there allegedly for 60 days or so. He has nowhere else to go, and the minor child is currently with her, which is problematic because that's violating the family court's orders. So Mr. Thornberry obviously wants to go home so that he can watch his kid and make sure that everything is going well there. At the very least, if he's not allowed to go back, then I believe we need to fashion some sort of civil standby where he gets to go and he gets to get the boy and gets to get everything that they need to get him out of there, because she's not supposed to even be seeing this child unsupervised. So therefore, we're in a bit of a sticky situation here with Bond. He doesn't even know if she's still in the house. So I don't know if Mr. King would be willing to try to reach out to her to see if she's moved on. Because if she's moved on, then great, he can go home and just take care of the kid. If she's not,
hold on, don't say anything. Let him speak.
If not, then at the very least, he needs to be able to somehow obtain custody of the child and get him wherever he is going to be.
Thank you. Mr. King, did you have any luck reaching out to Ms. Goosen today?
She was on earlier. Unfortunately, I have not been able to reach her since she was last online. I will need a little bit of extra time. I will make an effort to reach out to her. As to Bond, Your Honor, I will note that this is the second domestic violence with the same victim in a relatively short period of time, and a new case occurred while the defendant was on bond on the existing case. People do, with that being said, leave the issue of bond to the court's discretion, but until we know otherwise, I would ask that the order include no contact with the victim or the place of offense.
I don't have a problem with the no contact.
Yeah, he's indicated
Mr.
that he's
Thornberry,
fine.
I'm only going to tell you this one more time. Don't speak until I ask you something.
Okay.
I mean, I trust me, brother. I understand you're frustrated, but you're not helping yourself when you just talk whenever you want to talk.
I'm sorry.
Mr. King, I just want to make the record clear. When Miss Goosen or Goosen, I'm not sure how you say it, but when she was on last time, she said she was at work, and I let her go back to work, got her phone number so you could call her. So we did have her at some point today. Unfortunately, it sounds like she's not answering her phone right now. Mr. Nunley, I'm sorry to cut you off. I think you were going to say something.
Yeah, he just indicated to me that he has no problem with like a no contact order with her. Kind of sounds like, he doesn't want to have any contact with her. He is pretty worried about his son, obviously. And he's worried about, because he's lived at this place for 6 years. She's been in there for 30 days, 60 days, whatever it is. So, he feels like it's he doesn't have anywhere else to go. So I understand the problem with the place of the incident, with just amending that if somebody is living there, and I leave that to the court's discretion. However, I think the most pressing and important matter is that any sort of bond have some sort of carve out where he can go get the minor child.
Well, here's my concern, and I don't know anything about the facts on this new charge, but I know that allegation, if true, violated a bond condition, which was no contact. So you say he has no problem with no contact, but this new charge I just arraigned him on would lead to have me believe otherwise. Mr. King, why don't you make one more attempt to contact the lady right now? See if you can get her on your speakerphone.
Can I tell them where she works?
Stop.
You're muted, Mr. King.
Your Honor, I went to voicemail after 6 rings. Your Honor, as she indicated previously, she's at work, so I'm assuming that she may have issues answering the phone at work. So, I don't have any further information. And without that information, I would again state that I want the bond to remain.
Understood. All right, Mr. Thornsberry, your turn. I'm going to give you a chance to talk. If I let you out of jail, where would you go stay? I'm not letting you go back there until we hear from her.
Can I go at least get like some clothes and stuff from there?
Where are you going to live? Let's start with that. Where will you live?
I don't know. I would have to contact somebody. My phone is at that house. My wallet's at that house. My clothes are at that house. So I would have to get my phone to even call anybody.
Right.
So, I mean, I can have an officer supervise me to take me there right after this and see if it's there or get it.
Your Honor, we can set something up where he doesn't go there, but an officer goes there just to get the cell phone and the wallet and then figure out something from there, but he wouldn't go back to the address. That's what you want.
I mean, I can go with the officer to the address and I can walk him in because my dog's 120 pounds. I can't just let him, the dog will attack him. The officer can come in the house with me. She's at work right now. So I could do it before she even got off work. She works till 3:30. And get that done. And then I would either go to one of my best friend's houses, the guy I work for, or my best friend's.
Do you have any idea where the child is right now?
My sister and her picked him up Sunday night. That's all I know.
Okay. And
so as soon as I got my phone, I was going to call my sister and be like, hey, where's my son?
Do you have some kind of an order from the court that says you are the custodial parent?
Excuse me, what?
Do you have an order from the family court that says you're the custodial parent?
It's all on my phone, and I have an attorney that can fax it to anybody.
Who's your attorney?
John Danielski.
John who?
John Danielski.
All right. All right. Anything else, gentlemen?
Nothing, Your Honor.
I just want to get back to my son.
I understand that.
Nothing for the people, Your Honor.
All right, here's what I'm going to do on each file, Mr. Thornsberry. I'm putting you on a $10,000 personal bond.
Thank you.
I'm also going to require a GPS tether, location only. That means you're not on curfew. I just want to know where you're at because I don't want you near that Bordeaux address.
So how do I go about getting?
Hold on. You got to report to the Wayne County Jail to get that tether set up in the morning. So you're going to have no contact with her. I'm going to allow a civil standby to go pick up personal property today. I would suggest ASAP you get a copy of that order to Mr. Nunley, the custody order.
And am I getting released right now?
Yeah, that's what personal bond. I'm just telling you what the condition.
Okay, I didn't know because you said the tether thing.
And I said you got to report to the jail tomorrow morning by 9 to get the tether set up.
And Judge, just for the record,
I don't have a driver's license.
Just for the record, Judge, I'm
Then stay
standing.
where you're at, Mr. Thornsberry.
No, I'm saying I gotta arrange a ride and everything. I'm sorry, I just meant it that way.
Okay, then you'll have to arrange a ride, Mr. Nunley.
I'm just standing in for Samar Jadala, who is the attorney of record.
Do you have Mr. Jadala's phone number, Mr. Thornsberry?
No, I do not.
All right, we'll provide that to the officer. The officer can give it to you before you release it.
Okay.
All right, so you contact Mr. Jadala, get him the order, so he's got that custody order.
Can I have the officer personally escort me as soon as I'm released to my house?
Yeah, that's what civil standby means. That's what civil standby
Okay.
means.
I'll explain to you. So, Your Honor, just so I'm clear, 10,000 PR for both of the incidents, civil standby today, and then GPS tether at Wayne County by 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Correct. One correction, 10,000 on each file.
On each file. Okay.
So if he screws this up, he's going to have to post $20,000 to get out of jail again.
Got it.
Nope.
Mr.
You understand?
Thornsberry?
Oh, I understand.
You catch how serious I am about the no contact?
Oh, I know you're not bullshitting,
Okay.
that's for sure.
Okay. I want to get you set up with your son, but I don't want any more problems between you and Ms. Guzman.
Okay. And just fax my custody agreement over to my attorney immediately, right?
Well, email it, fax it, whatever you work out with him. All right? And then Mr.
Yep.
Nunley, you'll be in contact with Mr. Jadala. You can fill him in on what we're doing.
Yeah, do you have that number from Mr. Jadala?
Heather, can you chat Jadala's number to the Huron PD?
I looked and they're not in the chat, so I don't think that that's available.
Just
We're
read
off
it
of
off.
Polycom.
Just read it off.
We'll call you guys.
Hold on, we'll give it to you. He's an attorney. His number, he wants everybody to know his number.
Yep, it's 313
740.
790 7479.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, may I inquire as to the status on?
Any questions on this one? All right, I think Mr. Nunley said no. Mr. Thornsberry, good luck. Huron Township, thanks for all your help on this.
Thank you.
And Mr. King, you had
Your
something
Honor,
to
what's,
question on
more cases here? Canty, Williamson, and Wallace, what's going on with those?
no show pile. Royce, do you have any of our 11 o'clock stuff?
No, I do not.
Then you're all set. Thanks for the help.
See you guys.
Thanks, Royce.
See ya.
Hey, Larry, is any of that 11 o'clock stuff ready to go?
Well, I have a complaining witness and our Arabic interpreter here on Kaiser, but I don't know if defense or defense counsel's here.
I understand everybody is here.
Okay. So, don't know where.
Who is defense counsel on this?
Craig Tank.
Craig Tank.
Okay. All right. We should probably be ready on that, except I have Judge Kelly Ramsey in my ear on a felony, so I need to let her know that I need to jump off, and she's hasn't taken a breath in a moment. So as soon as I can get a word in edgewise there, I'll check out, and then I'll be in the courtroom.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I ask another question of the court? Actually, I'm going to jump off.
That's the only thing I don't like is after we're done with hearing, Zoom, the camera goes blank.
What's the exam we got today? Robbery.
Yeah, because it's a special prosecutor.
Yeah.
So we just put them on there, I think, for that municipal staff. It's a domestic, I think, though. So I don't know.
Hey, Dan? You got one there? Open.
And then one of the victim on the 11 o'clock Portia Smith case, he just called and said that his subpoena said 36th or 3rd Circuit.
No, it didn't.
Larry, I think, said that. I think Larry might have agreed, but the guy's on his way. Yes.
Just so you don't think I'm subpoenaing people to the wrong place.
He even said, he goes, it didn't say
This
that.
is his subpoena, 34th District Court, and it shows the court's address. I'm ready on Kaiser as soon as I grab the file.
Thank you. How's it going?
How are you?
Good.
He shook his head when I told him that, so that's why I thought he was saying yes.
All right, gentlemen, appearances for the people versus Aldu Karim Kazir.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry King for the people, E78774.
My name is Craig Tank and I appear on behalf of Mr. Kazir.
All right, are we ready, gentlemen?
Your Honor, the people are prepared to proceed. There's one preliminary matter. The people have secured an Arabic translator for Wada Kazir, the complaining witness in the case. I've spoken with her. I've spoken with the translator. Mrs. Kazir does speak English, and she will be offering the bulk of her testimony in English. We ask that the interpreter be allowed to be in the room as kind of a standby in case there are words or phrases that she is unfamiliar with, or words or phrases that she cannot quite allocate.
Sure. Makes sense.
Makes sense.
Okay, all right. No objection.
Your Honor,
Sure.
I would waive opening statements at this time.
Okay,
You and I have no objection. We don't wish to offer an opening.
okay. Let's get her in. I think we'll put the interpreter right up in the jury box with it.
Yeah, calling this one up because you go grab her. She's in the Huron Township room. I'm sending the officer in charge, Detective Bicknell,
Thank you.
to go grab Miss Kazir.
Larry, do you have the interpreter's name by any chance?
No, I'll have it posted on the record when
Sorry.
she's in.
I'll get it.
Larry, are you doing the exam at 1:30?
What exam at 1:30?
That says no. Come on up, ladies. Yeah.
Good morning.
Who's the interpreter? What's your name, ma'am?
Ganem.
Say the last name again?
Ganem.
Ganem?
Ganem.
All right. And raise your right hand. Excuse me. Do you swear or affirm that you will accurately translate between Arabic, I assume?
Yes.
Arabic and English and English and Arabic. So if we have any problems with Ms. Kazir, you can translate.
I will.
All right. Ladies, both of you up here. Ms. Kazir, stay right here for just a minute. Ma'am, you can come in and take that first seat over there. So you're by her. Hold on, you stay there for a minute. You go around. I'll direct the witness. You just interpret. Now you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, that's what's true?
I swear I say the truth, nothing but
Okay. Then you have a seat there.
Okay.
Now, did you catch Ms. Yaman's spelling?
No.
One more time, your last name.
Ganem.
All right.
Thank you.
And ma'am, your full name,
Wada Kaiser.
would you spell first and last?
WADAKKHEZIR.
Wonderful. You get all that? Mr. King?
Thank you. Ms. Kaiser, if you ever have any trouble hearing me or understanding me, or if you need the services of your interpreter.
You can look at him.
Or if you need the services of your interpreter or have any difficulty hearing me or understanding me, please let me know. Do you agree?
Okay, for sure.
All right. So, ma'am, how do you know Mr. Abdul Karim Kazir?
Okay, I know him like I met him back in my country,
Which is where, ma'am?
Iraq.
And how long have you known him?
It's me like, you mean that during the marriage?
How long have you known him?
I can't remember.
Okay. What is your relationship to him?
Okay, we are married
Okay. And when did you get married?
here. In
When?
It's in Chicago, Illinois.
No. At what point in time? When?
I can't remember the time, but
Do you remember how
the
many?
date is February 14, 2011.
That's the date that you were married?
Yes,
February the 14th of 2011?
yes.
And I want to talk with you about May the 27th of this year, 2021.
Mhm.
Were you living with him at that point in time?
Yes,
And were you at an address 45284 Brookview Drive?
yes,
Is that your home?
yes,
Is that in Van Buren Township, Wayne County, Michigan?
yes.
The person that you know as Mr. Kazir, do you see him here today?
Okay, I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Do you see him in this room today, your husband?
He's over there.
When you say over there, can you tell us what he's wearing?
He's wearing a blue and something like a black strip or.
Okay. Your Honor, will the record reflect that the witness has
Noted.
identified
Blue
the
shirt, black
defendant?
suspenders.
And just so you know, when she said black stripe, she pointed in a line along her chest in a horizontal manner, vertical manner. So ma'am, thinking back to May the 27th of 2021, does anything stand out to you about that date?
Okay, what does that mean? Yes.
And what is that, ma'am?
He's physically abusing me.
Okay. So where did this take place?
Okay, at home.
Okay. And about what time did this take place?
Okay, let me guess the time. I'm not very 100% sure, but it's early in the morning, like around, let's say like 2, 3. I'm not sure, but.
Was it dark outside?
Yes,
And this was the early morning hours you stated?
yes.
Okay. And where in the home were you?
I was like downstairs in the like living room or something like that.
Okay. And where was he?
He was upstairs.
And how did the two of you come to be in contact with each other?
Okay, so do you want me to tell you what happened?
Yes, yes.
So I was sleeping and my 3 years old sleeping next to me. And suddenly I hear crying and screaming and she's saying, no, no, leave me alone. I don't want to do that. Don't force me to, I don't know what he forced her to do, to give her or something like that, because I just was sleeping.
Momentarily then. So you were awoken to your child screaming. What was the next thing that happened?
Okay, so I feel her because I was asleep. I'm trying to wake up to see what's going on. Screaming and crying so hard. And she tell him, no, no, don't do that. I don't want that. So she hold my hand so tight. And at that moment, I tried to wake up to see what's going on. So I see him in the top of her head or next to her, trying to force her with something. I'm just trying to wake up. And I told him what's going on. He told me like, I don't know what happened, like she don't feel well or something like that. So I told him just, I will take care of her. And after I say, after I go and I will take care of my daughter, just all I noticed, like hitting me and grabbing me from the hand and pulling me, squeeze my hand and arm so hard and pulling my hair. He was pulling my hair, attempt to me to hit me and to let me fall off on that floor. So after I fall off, he just hold my ankles, from my ankles, both my feet, drag me, and he tell me, I want you to go outside right now, leave the house. So he dragged me through the front door, trying to throw me away.
Okay.
So at that moment, my daughter, she witnessed everything, and she told him, please don't hit my mom.
What the daughter said is hearsay, Your Honor.
Yeah, we can't talk about what your daughter had said.
So my daughter said,
I'm going to object to what the daughter said.
Hold on, gentlemen. You can't tell us what somebody else told you.
okay.
So don't say what your daughter told. You can say what you said. You can say what you saw.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Can I pause you for a second?
Yes.
We have to do this as a question and answer. So I need to ask you a few clarifying questions about what you had just told us to get a more complete picture. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So were you you were asleep when this happened? Is that correct? Okay. And what room of the house do you sleep in?
Okay, we sleep, me and my two daughter, like it's like a living room, you know, it's like in the floor. Like
And is that a separate room from where the defendant sleeps?
Yes, he always sleep upstairs by himself for years. I never sleep with him for years.
Okay. So you stated that he hit you, correct?
Yes, he hit me.
Where did he hit you?
Okay, he hit me from my arms and squeezed me so hard, and from the back and tagging me and squeezing me and pulling my hair.
Ma'am, when this occurred, were you still in bed?
I'm still around my daughter because I don't want to leave my daughter, and always I'm fighting back. I just want to release myself from him.
Okay.
I didn't hit him. I didn't do anything bad to him. I didn't punch him. But all I just want him to release me. Let me go so I can be near to my both kids.
And how long did this attack last?
I can't remember, but it's I can't remember.
Okay.
But it's like think after each other.
Okay. And you stated that he drug you by your ankles.
Yes. So after he pulling me so hard, I was having a long hair, not like that, like long hair.
Just for the record, Your Honor, when she's speaking about the long hair she had at the time, she placed her hand just below her shoulder.
Yes, I have a long hair, not just like that. So when he trying to pull my hair, he meant to pull me so I can like let me collapse and fall down. So after I fall down, he just grabbed my ankle here, both of them, and just drag me. He tell me, just go out after the house right now. You need to leave right now.
Okay. So for the record's clarification, When she said, grab me right here by my ankle, she did raise her foot onto her lap and place her hands around her ankle.
Thank you.
Just so you know what's happening, the court records everything. So when you make movements with your hands, we have to say what that is so the court gets it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay, so am I doing?
You're fine. You're
Okay.
fine. So what's the next thing that happened after he drug you by the ankles?
So after it's trying to drag me by the ankles, trying to just pulling so hard to let me just, he wanted to just leave the house right now. So I just fight him back, and he telling me like, you have 2 hours, because my daughter, she was so screaming and telling him, please don't hurt her.
Okay, ma'am,
Please don't pull her hair.
just to be safe.
So I tried to just release myself from him to hug her, to be next to him. I don't want to leave the house. So after that, he just stopped, and he told me, today you have 2 hours to leave the house with no paper, no nothing, and I want to send the kids to adoption today.
When he did that, what room were the 2 of you in?
It was everything in the living room,
Okay.
the room that we sleep, me and my 2 daughters.
Okay. And what was the next thing that happened after that?
So after she cried, I tried to release myself from her. So I didn't go outside after he dragged me from my legs to try me to throw me, but I couldn't. I don't want to leave the house. I just want to be next to my daughter. So I just jumped to my 3 years older to just hug her, to comfort her, to make her stop crying. Then after that, he told me, you have 2 hours to leave the house with no paper, no nothing. And I will send the kids to the adoption today. And then he went upstairs right away after I hugged my
And
daughter.
what did you do at that point, ma'am?
At that point, I was like, my head is somewhere else, like too much thinking in my head. I don't know what to do. I just want to be in the house to just hug my daughter, be next to them, because I was afraid if he's going to do something, he have guns at her in the house, and he's not mentally stable.
Did there come a time when you called the police?
Okay, let me tell you what happened next. So I was shocked. I was afraid. I don't know what to do. So all like different thoughts in my head had like too much, like I'm in a storm in my head. So it was time to let my daughter, 9 years old daughter, to put her in a school. I'm sorry. Can I drink some water?
Sure.
Thank you. So now that's come because the time is for my daughter to go to school. So I
Okay, and what time is that your daughters go to school?
it's like she wake up like around, let's say 6:15 or something like that, around 6, I'm not sure.
Okay, so then what happened at that time?
At that time, like I was so anxious and afraid of my 3 years old daughter, because she feel hot. Her temperature went up over crying and shaking and screaming. So I tried to take her with me, but I couldn't, because she's between, like she wanna sleep and she's kind of like half asleep and half. So I feel sorry for her. And also at the same time, like I was so afraid if I don't want to leave my 2 kids in the house with the guns. He have guns at the house. So I don't know what he gonna do. So
what did you do, ma'am?
So I take my 9 years old daughter in the school. And on my way, when I drop her off, on my way, I call the police. And I tell them, please help me. I need help. I have a daughter in my house. And I need somebody to take my daughter out.
Your 3-year-old was home at that time, right?
Yes, my 3
And
years
your
old.
9-year-old was with you?
Yes, my 9 years old with me.
So you left and I apologize, I'm just clarifying to make sure. So when you left the house to take your 9-year-old to school, that's when you called?
Yes, because I'm afraid. I just afraid what to do. So this is the only chance if I go outside, because if I call the police and he's in the house, he's gonna do something horrible. There is guns. He's not mentally stable. So this is what's coming up. Like the perfect moment. I go outside the house. So I just call the police right away and tell him I need just help.
And did you make contact with the police?
Yes, I did call the police.
Okay. And the police took a report?
Yes.
Ma'am, were you injured at all?
No, but because I was fighting, but most likely like squeezing, hitting, and I'm just fighting back, fighting back. I just want to release myself from him.
Did you have any? Where's your 3-year-old daughter now?
She's in a school,
She's in school. And your 9-year-old?
in a school too.
Okay. All right. Ma'am, those are the questions that I have for you at this moment. I ask that you just stay seated, and the other attorney may have some questions.
Do you mind if I ask something? I just remember something. too.
If the court will permit.
Do you have a question?
No, I want to ask something, like
She's-
something through,
Let's just wait until people ask you questions, then you can answer.
okay.
So like I said, those are the questions that I have for you right now. So I'm going to let defense ask you some questions, okay?
Mr. Tank, any cross?
Yes. Now, Miss, you had no physical injuries, did you?
No, because I was
Okay.
fighting back. I just want to.
I understand that, but you were not bruised in any way, shape, or form, were you?
No.
Okay. And you said that Mr. Kazir hit you?
I'm sorry to say
You
that.
say he hit you?
Yes,
Where did he hit you?
he hit you in my arms,
Okay.
my back.
And those are the places that there were no bruises, in your arms and your back, right?
No.
Okay. Now, when this was happening, you didn't call the police, did you?
No.
Okay.
Because I was afraid.
I understand.
They have guns.
And that's why you called the police the next day, correct?
No, it's not the next day. It's the same day.
The
But
same
It was
day.
early in the morning.
That was on, what day was that, on the 27th?
Is it? I believe it's 27.
Okay. And so on the 27th, you would have called 911, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you would have called that from your cell phone, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, have you had an opportunity to review your cell phone records?
I'm sorry to say that again.
Have you ever reviewed your cell phone records?
Okay, what is that?
طلعت على السجل التليفون تبعك الارقام اللي بتتصلي فيهم السجل ما بيجيكي فاتوره
يقصد البوليس؟ يقصد البوليس or
you mean the police
No, what I'm talking about is the phone records from Verizon, your cell phone carrier. Have you ever reviewed those?
فاتوره التليفون تبعك اذا كان عندك فرايزن او اي شركه طلعتي على الفاتوره الاتصالات اللي بتتصلي فيهم
Yes.
You've reviewed those?
Mm-hmm. But
That-
I didn't review it like the same day. Like, what should I
Okay.
review on that day?
All right.
What
And
do you
that's
mean? Because
my-
kind of confusing the question.
That's my question. If I could show you your cell phone records from the 27th, might it refresh your recollection in terms of when you called 911?
Your Honor, I'd like to see the document to which defense is referencing. As it's
Because the
never been
question, I'm
provided
sorry,
to
it
the
doesn't make
prosecution.
sense.
Hold on.
As it's not been provided to the prosecution previously. I've had an opportunity to review that document. I will state that it has not been provided to the prosecution previously. It has no certification or any indicia of reliability. There's no one here to testify as to it as a business record. If he wants to use it to attempt to refresh recollection, I think that's permissible, but if you.
That's what I've been doing, and that's why I asked those specific questions before I was interrupted.
Okay. And I think Ms. Jamin was trying to interpret the question, so go ahead.
اذا بيفرجيكي فاتوره التليفون ترجع تتذكر الاتصالات اللي صارت تسحب الفاتوره تبع التليفون اذا بفرجيكي اياها ترجع تتذكر الاتصالات اللي
ما
صارت.
بتذكر.
I will not remember.
I don't remember.
Right, and that's my
Because
point.
it's a long time.
But if you could see the records, might it refresh your recollection in terms of when you called 911?
بس اذا فرجيكي اياهم للاوراق تتذكري.
I will try my best.
Okay.
I don't know.
May I approach the witness?
So this is from like what time?
Well, just so we're clear here, you know, and your cell phone record, if I'm not, or your cell phone number is the same one that's indicated on the paper there, is it not? On the upper left-hand corner?
Okay, I want to know what is this?
Well, that's not what the question is that refers to your cell phone number, right?
Because he cut my phone, my
Ma'am,
cell.
Answer the question. Is that your cell phone number?
Okay, let me see. Like the one that highlighted?
The one up the top by your name.
Oh, okay, you mean this one?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of refreshing your recollection, I'd like you to go to the early morning hours of the 27th. As a matter of fact, anytime during the 27th. Can you point to me where the call is made to 911?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. That is not recollection.
Okay. All right. Well, let's just be clear then here. After looking at that, can you tell me when it was that you called 911?
Okay, I can't remember if I called 911 or called the police department.
Okay. So
I can't remember.
So it's, ma'am, did you tell us a couple minutes ago that you had called 911?
I can't remember because it's a long time ago. If it's 911 or it's a police
Okay.
department.
Did you call the police department?
But I remember I talked to the police, but I can't remember if it's 911 or if it's like a police department.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection in terms of when you called the police department?
No, it can look like confusing to me and I can't remember all of that.
Or 911? It doesn't refresh your
Yes.
recollection at all,
No,
does
I
it?
can't because I don't know if I call 911 or I call the police department.
And that's because there's absolutely no indication that you called either of them. Is that right?
But I did call the police.
All right. Just so we're clear here. So you have an argument on the night in question with your husband, is that right?
I do have, I'm sorry.
You have an argument with your husband on the night that we're talking about, or the early morning hours of the 27th, is that right?
Okay, what do you mean? I can't.
You had an argument with your husband on the 27th. Is there something, I mean, do you need the help of the interpreter to understand what the word argument means?
Objection, Your Honor. He is clearly badgering this.
I'm not badgering the witness. I'm just trying to get some clarification, okay?
So let the interpreter do her job.
في 27 الشهر صار في مخانقة مشاجرة أنت وزوجك هالليلة صح؟
Yes, صح, but he's been.
That's true.
That's true. He's arguing with me and threatened me for years. He keep arguing me and with my family.
Sure.
And just have an issue with me for no reason.
And on the night in question, he indicates that he wants you out of the home, right?
Yes, he tell me just you have 2 hours to leave the house with nothing, no papers, and I'm
Sure.
gonna send the kids to the adoption.
And then in addition to that, okay, he also indicates that he wishes to end your marriage by way of divorce, correct?
Okay.
وقال لي بأنه كمان يريد إنه ينهي الزواج ويسوي الطلاق صح؟
I can't remember.
Okay, but that may have happened. He may have told you that he wanted a divorce, right?
He's having issue with me, but I can't remember if he mentioned to have a divorce or no. But
Okay.
he keep arguing with me, hating me and my family for more like for years for no reason. Keep calling my family, my mom. I don't like your daughter. She's like just bad words.
I see. Okay. What did that have to do with whether or not he told you he wanted a divorce? What you just told me.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, I mean, if I asked you whether or not he indicated that he wanted a divorce, why don't you simply respond to that question rather than telling me something else?
Okay, I don't answer that. I don't understand that.
Hold on. There's an
If
objection.
the witness is being non-responsive, I believe the court should ask the witness to respond to the questions asked instead of having the question asked repeatedly. If Mr. Tank believes the witness is being non-responsive, I think that's a matter that you should bring up with your honor.
I agree.
Not directly with the witness.
I agree. Ask a new question, Mr. Chair.
All right. So after your husband may have told you that he wanted a divorce, right? At about 2 o'clock in the morning?
That's asking the same question.
No, I'm not done with the
So don't
question.
use the word divorce.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. What did you say?
Don't use the word divorce in the question.
Why? Why? What?
Because she's already said she doesn't remember if he's mentioned divorce. So you keep coming back at her about divorce.
Okay. So after this argument, about what, 8 hours later? About what, 10 o'clock in the morning?
I can't remember.
That's when you called the police?
I can't remember what time, but it happened the same day, early in the morning, but I can't remember.
Is this when you, where were you at when you made the telephone call to the police, ma'am?
Okay, you mean where?
Yeah.
Okay, when I was like to drop off the girl, and that's my girl in the school.
Okay,
After I drop her.
okay. And just so we're clear, where's your daughter's school?
I'm sorry?
Where's your daughter's school?
Is that important?
Is it,
Answer the question, ma'am. Where does your daughter go to school?
Okay, she going to Catholic school.
that doesn't answer the question.
Where is it? Where is it located?
Okay, it's in Canton.
Okay. All right. With that, I have no further questions, but I'd like to retrieve the excerpt of the phone records, if I could,
Go
please.
ahead. Any redirect, Mr. King?
No, here.
Ma'am, you can step down. Thank you. Any other witnesses, Mr. King?
No, here.
Thank you. Don't go away yet. We might need you. You can go outside, man, out and into the hallway. Yeah, please.
I'll be back.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Thank you for your help. Mr. Tank, any witness from the defense?
I'd like to call Mr. Kazir, please.
Mr. Kazir, come on up. Watch your step. There's a little incline right here. Raise your right hand. Swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Have a seat.
Mr. Kazir, I'd like to take you back, well, if I may, to the early morning hours of May the 27th of this year. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. In the early morning hours of the 27th, can you remember, and I'm talking just after midnight, can you remember what, if anything, you were doing?
Usually I go, I went up, this one, I sleep upstairs, I went downstairs and tried to take a water from the fridge. And I heard my daughter, she called me, Daddy, Daddy.
Okay. And so in response to that, what did you do?
I went to her and I took the thermometer, I want to check her temperature. So her temperature was up 102.
Okay. And in response to the fact that you saw that she had a 102-degree fever, what, if anything, did you do?
I'm sorry?
What did you do after you saw that the temperature was 102 degrees?
I went right away to the fridge and I have a pot of water and a towel to put it in her head. Usually happen in the past, do that. If it doesn't work, we give her Tylenol, kids Tylenol.
Okay. And so in the course of doing this, or shortly after this, does there come a point in time where you have interactions with Ms. Kazir or your wife, the woman that just testified?
Suddenly she just snapped. She said, get away. She the one who started. She said, get away.
Where was this when she says get away?
She was like sleeping next, I would say 2 foot from my daughter.
Okay.
And I was like, because I'm very concerned about her. And she say, I told her, she said, don't tell me nothing. Get away from here. Go upstairs.
Okay.
This is what she was responding.
In response to that, what, if anything, did you say back to her?
I say back to her, listen, if you don't like it, you could leave. And after I done with my daughter, I told her, you gotta take care of her. I did not give her the Tylenol, my daughter. I went, opened the door, and I went upstairs. I told her, hey, you could leave anytime.
Okay.
And I went upstairs.
All right. So I mean, did you tell her to get out of the house?
I told her you could leave anytime.
Did you drag her around the house?
No.
Did you hit your wife?
No.
Okay. Mr. Kazir, I think we saw that was your wife that testified, was it not?
Yeah.
All right. So how tall is she, if you know?
She's barely 5'2", yeah. 5'2".
Okay. And she doesn't look like she's very big. 5'2" might be
Very light.
tall to me, but
Yeah, it's 120, I would say roughly.
all right. Now at 5'2" and 120 pounds, if you wanted to put her out of the house, could you have done so?
I could do that.
All right.
If I was like physically, I could pick her up and put her out. But
Sure.
I never do that.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, you had interaction with the police as it relates to this matter, did you not? I mean, did the police come and see you at some point in time as it relates to this?
Yeah, they come.
Okay, where were you?
I was in the house. I was asleep, and actually, I wake up. I heard the door knocking, and I heard my daughter, 3.5, was crying
Okay,
by herself. But the wife, she wasn't around.
okay. And so you went down, did you talk to the police?
Yes, I opened the door. They said, "Can we come in?" I told them, "Come in, please."
Okay. When you talked to the police, did you tell them the same thing that you're telling us right now?
Yes.
Okay. Did they ask you whether or not you'd hit your daughter? Or not your daughter, but your wife, excuse me.
I'm sorry?
Did they ask you whether or not that you'd been violent with your wife?
They told me, I remember this is what they say. They said, "Your wife called the police.
Okay,
And we want to talk to you."
all right.
And just want to add one thing. Was around almost 9, I believe.
Okay.
8:30 or 9 a.m.
Okay. All right. Did you tell the police the same thing that you told us here today?
I told them the same thing, but one thing I should say, because my English not the primary, I should say we have a debate. I say argument, maybe they translate it a different way.
Okay. When you're referring to this debate or this argument between are you referring to that recurring between you and your wife?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
And can I add one thing?
Well, I mean, I prefer that the question be before you. Just so we're clear here. Your English is pretty good, is it not?
Yeah.
Okay, as a matter of fact, are you employed or have you been employed in the past as an interpreter?
Yes, I was prior to I was in the service, and I was the audio contractor.
Okay, but I mean, in those capacities, were you an interpreter?
Yes.
Okay, what was that? What kind of an interpreter was that for?
I was. You brought my memory back.
Your Honor.
Culture advisor, interpreter for high official.
Okay, in the United States military?
Yes.
Okay, I have nothing further.
What's the objection?
The objection was relevance as to his service as an interpreter.
Okay. No further questions at this time, Mr. Tank?
I have nothing further at this point.
Mr. King?
So you are married to Wadat Kazir, who testified earlier, correct?
Yes.
And the two of you have been married for approximately 10 years?
Yes.
And you reside together in Van Buren Township?
Yes.
So in the home, how many bedrooms are in the home?
3.
Okay. And your wife sleeps in the living room?
She preferred to sleep down next to the kid.
And the children sleep there with her?
Yes.
And on the day in question, you went downstairs to get water?
Yep.
And you heard your daughter?
Yes.
And you went over to check on your daughter?
Correct.
And you discovered her temperature being high?
Yes.
Did you attempt to awake her or move her?
Her being the daughter?
The daughter.
No, she called me.
And your wife woke up?
Yes.
And the two of you got into an argument?
I mean, she started, I should say.
But the two of you got into an argument?
I corrected, or I should say debate.
Debate,
Yeah.
okay. Did you ask her to leave the home? Did you ask her to leave?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell her she needed to leave and had 2 hours to get out?
I did not say 2 hours.
But you told her she needed to leave?
No. I said she could leave anytime she wants. I believe in the police reports.
And it was the very early morning hours after midnight, but still dark outside when this happened, right?
Yes.
And the police came knocking on your door about 9 a.m. afterwards?
Around that, yeah.
And at that time, had your wife taken your other daughter to school?
She took her, yes,
So your wife had left the house to go take your other daughter to school.
yes,
And after that, but before your wife returned home, the police showed up.
correct.
Nothing further.
Any redirect, Mr. Craig or Tank?
I do, Your Honor. It's, you know what? No, I have nothing further.
Okay.
Witness.
Sir, you can step down. Any other witnesses from the defense, Mr. Tank?
I have nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any rebuttal witnesses, Mr. King?
No, Your Honor.
Argument?
Your Honor, people would ask the court to return a verdict of guilty on the sole charge, that being domestic violence. You heard the testimony of Ms. Whiteout-Kaiser, who testified that having been married to the defendant for quite some time, she was asleep on the first floor of the home with the children when she awoke to the defendant, to the daughter, and the defendant was making physical contact with the daughter, and the daughter was causing a commotion which caused her to wake up. All of that is consistent with the testimony offered by the defendant. Where the stories diverge is what happens after that. And Your Honor heard from Ms. Kaiser that this argument became physical. The defendant grabbed her and pushed her and attempted to drag her. And she was, fearful. She was fighting back. She testified that she reported this incident to 911. And her story lines up with the timeline of the facts of the case. First of all, that she reported this about 9 a.m. after she had dropped the other daughter off to school, which coincides with the time in which the police went in. As far as the delay in her reporting this to the police, she offered ample explanation. She was fearful. She didn't, she was afraid for her safety. She was afraid for the safety of her family. So she awaited until she left the home on another errand before she called the police, and called them at the first opportunity, which is not uncommon in domestic violence cases. She was doing this out of a fear for safety. The delay in reporting of a few hours is consistent with all the testimony here today and is not an indication of her untruthfulness. She testified that the defendant told her to leave. Now, while he disputes giving her a 2-hour time frame and disputes the language that was used, I think the fact that she was asked to leave the house is not in question, and further goes to bolster the credibility of her testimony. So the other testimony in the case and the surrounding factors all go to bolster her testimony. I understand this is a credibility argument, Your Honor, when we present one witness telling one version of events and another witness telling another version of events, but the timeline adds up and the other testimony adds up. So I would ask the court, in considering the credibility of the witnesses, to find that Ms. Whiteout-Kaiser was an incredibly credible witness based on the evidence that was presented here today, and to return a verdict of guilty on the charge of domestic violence.
Thank you. Mr. Tank.
Nothing that's been offered here in terms of what's, in terms of the testimony that's there, or the testimony that's been offered by the prosecution, proves these allegations beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, the fact of the matter is this: if Mr. Kazir beat this woman the way that she describes that she was beat, where she was quite literally, according to her, drug around the home by her feet, we heard her say, okay? We have her hit in both of her arms and drugged by her hair, okay? We would expect to see something that had, or at least showed objectively in some form, that these events had occurred. The absolute lack of a bruise, any kind of a physical injury, or any of these things serve to undercut what it is that the witnesses talked about, which is further bolstered, if we want to take a look at credibility, from the standpoint that, we don't have those things. And of course, not having those things is a problem, but then she calls the next day. And I'd submit to you, Your Honor, the reason she calls the next day as opposed to when they're happening is because they didn't happen. And they didn't happen because there's nothing physically that we can see that's anything objective that would be circumstantially true, like a bruise after you'd been drugged around the house, or at a 125-pound woman who'd been, hit by her husband, who's obviously much larger than she is. None of those things exist. And they don't exist, and the allegations don't arise till later. And the reason the allegations don't arise till later is because it did not happen, okay? There was not an objective proof or basis in the beginning. These were things that were thought about and that were concocted for a period of time. And then in the morning, after they'd then thought about for a period of time, we made there was a telephone call that was, well, she says that was from her telephone that went to the police. But she can't remember whether or not it was 911 or how it was that she called. And then of course we heard the testimony from the defendant, Your Honor. You know, the defendant's story is entirely, I mean, it is corroborated and it is credible. He's indicated that there's a dispute, and he's indicated to her that she could leave. And he's obviously unhappy with her, which is why she has concocted these allegations. But the fact of the matter is, it remains with all these things is this: it is the responsibility of the government, the prosecution, to prove these elements beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'd submit to you, Your Honor, with respect to what's been talked about here today, not only from, you know, from the testimony that we've gotten from the witness stand and the evidence, and more importantly, the lack of evidence, the government has failed to meet its burden. With that, I have nothing further.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. King?
Thank you. You know, a lot was made of a document that was presented to the witness on defense. I asked the court not give that.
I'll save you some time. She must have called the police because they showed up.
Thank you.
Thank you for making my argument for me, Your Honor. And my argument would be that must have happened about when she said it happened, because they showed up about when she said she called, which is fully supported by her version of events. Your Honor, as to the lack of injury, not every assault causes an injury, and an assault need not cause an injury under the law. If there were 6 people here at a jury today, I would be asking Your Honor to read them an instruction that says injury is not an element of assault, and assault need not cause an injury. It's true that injury can be considered in determining whether or not there was an assault. However, I think it's just as plausible to say that her story was completely true and she did not bruise, as it were to say that her story was not true. Everything lines up with her story, and I'm not going to belabor the issue of credibility again, but Your Honor is very familiar with this jury instruction that we would give these 6 hypothetical people as to the factors that this court is to weigh in giving a credibility, and how one testified, how one presented himself in court is part of that. Well, how the testimony lines up together is part of that. Whether a person has anything to gain or lose from a case, it's all part of that. I understand the defendant offered a bare assertion of innocence, which is the same story that he told the police. That's true. But just because somebody said I didn't do it doesn't mean the evidence doesn't prove otherwise. And I think when looking at the testimony of the witness, and putting together this timeline and viewing this case as an entirety based on what happened and the testimony that was offered, the case is clear, and this incident took place, and I would ask that the court return a verdict of guilty.
Thank you, gentlemen. It is a credibility. It's the classic he said, she said. And I do find Mr. Kazir slightly more credible than Mrs. Kazir. She described what I can only classify as a fairly violent confrontation with no physical indication that it took place. And probably for me, more troubling than that is, although she testified a number of times how frightened she was and how unsure she was of what Mr. Kazir would do with guns in the house, I think she mentioned that 3 or 4 times, she left a 3-year-old in the house all alone with him while she took the 9-year-old to school, which is beyond comprehension for me. I'm going to find Mr. Kazir not guilty. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Your
Honor. And I don't see a cash bond, or there's a cash bond. So did you post? Did you post the money? No, Elizabeth Nunez.
Yes.
All right, so 90% of that will be returned to Ms. Nunez. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. King, I'm ready to keep rolling.
Let me go explain the outcome to
Yes.
this plaintiff and see who else is here. I also need to check in with the Honorable Kelly Ramsey on a matter.
Thanks.
Should I have the view on the witness or no?
I don't care.
Oh,
That's fine, yeah.
Because we're still streaming, so I'm
Yes, ma'am, thank you very much for your help. I don't even know Will Ferrell. I don't know. It's an author?
Step Brothers. He's a funny elf.
Will Ferrell. Oh, I thought you said Wolf Ferrell.
No, sorry.
Yes, he's always playing the same guy.
Yeah.
Just the buffoon, but yes, I am.
So Royce had a mug and he kept drinking it. And I'm like, that looks like Step Brothers. And so I asked him, what's in your cup? And he said that he goes Step Brothers, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, because I didn't want to say funny cup if it might have been a family member with the big hair. But it was like so bad. Step Brothers.
I think one of my favorite movies from him is the car salesman one, where he was the car salesman, was like such a rock star.
Yes.
His life falls apart and everything. With the leisure suits and. Security, second floor. Hey, light a fire out there, would you?
Oh, yeah, we're trying.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Larry King says 10 seconds, Judge.
Thank you. Hey, what's going on? That's all right. That's all right. Okay. You available Wednesday at all? Just text me when you get safe. First thing Wednesday morning would probably be better for Al. I'm guessing. No, that's fine. That's fine. Yep. That's fine. Okay. What do you call an exploding monkey?
What?
Exploding monkey. Baboon.
That's from your friend?
No, that's from my little daily quotes calendar.
Oh.
I sent it to her though. So I don't know that it's ever been a problem like it has been today, but Larry's excused himself about 3 different times to check in with a circuit court judge. It's causing me major slowdowns. Tina says it happens to her all the time. Lisa says no, and I don't think I've ever had that problem with him before. It's a problem with the defense attorney getting spread too thin, but prosecutor's supposed to be mine today.
came in frazzled today. I mean, he just.
Yeah, I was dealing with him on Zoom, like, Judge, I'm gonna leave now, and I'm gonna end with this device, I'm gonna get on another device as soon as I get in my car, so I'm driving out, and it's like.
See, he was supposed to be moved to elder abuse. That's where.
Oh, I don't think I heard that.
Yeah, that's.
They probably put that on ice when Darian went out on a maternity leave.
And then, I don't know what happened.
So I'm trying to wrap things up, with my aunt's estate. Would you believe I'm having, cable company, yeah, I can communicate with them online, great. Social Security, you go to their website and you frequently ask questions, everything else, and when you get to the part where it says, what do I do to tell you that somebody's died? Call this number.
Oh my God.
So I was on hold, I wasn't timing it, but I was on hold at least 15 minutes. Finally got a woman on the phone, and she said, I can hear your voice, but I can't understand anything you're telling me. I don't know what's wrong with our connection. I can hear you speaking, but I can't understand what you're telling me. So while I'm on their website, I found that, most funeral homes will let them know. So I'm calling on my other phone while I'm on hold, and the funeral home said, yeah, we send it in, but we always suggest people call anyhow. I said, you mean call the number that nobody answers? So I just hung up. I told my mom. I said, those are no-shows.
Oh.
I called my mom and I said, I'm just gonna wait. If they send us a check, then we'll send it back.
Yeah.
Or I'll wait for them to contact me.
Yeah.
What do you got?
A deal.
What's the name?
Portia Smith.
Is that Jeff's?
Mr. Bowden's just grabbing her. They'll be in just a moment. This is our complaining witness, Mr. Christian Brown.
Good afternoon, sir. Great.
And while Mr. Brown waits here, I'm gonna grab another file.
Go ahead.
So we're gonna go back to back.
What's the next one?
That's what I'm going to grab.
Oh, you don't know?
I don't know who's ready. I don't know who's ready.
When and if one of you guys would enter this goes to the cashier.
The cashier?
Yeah, please, thank you.
One of my assistants.
Try to give it to one of the competent ones. Well, never mind. I don't want to make it too hard. I just give it to someone.
Oh, myself.
Hey, you watching the text messages? I just talked to him. He knows that's what we're doing. He says, this is just a formality. I can go outside the bid process. We just got to make sure that price is going to be less than the other ones we're going to be, and it's a formality, so we should be all right. All right, see you.
Heather, next will be Little John. It's Jeff's case as well. It's a dismissal.
Thanks, Larry.
Thank you. I'm trying, Judge. I'm trying.
Yep, I got you.
I know the board side's valuable.
Some days. Are you still fasting? I went 45 hours last week, the longest I've gone. And I honestly could have kept going, but her book says, don't go beyond 48 hours. Yeah, it just worked out, well. It was a funeral that day, and the luncheon was late.
Right there.
All right, calling the People versus Portia Smith, appearances, please.
Your Honor, for the record.
You're all right.
For the record, Jeffrey Bowditch, 45367, appearing on behalf of and with Ms. Smith.
And Your Honor, Larry King for the People, P78774. Just for the record, report the complaining witness, Mr. Christian Brown, is present today. He is seated to my rear.
Thank you.
Your Honor, today's date and time set for bench trial in this matter. We do have a resolution.
Tell me.
In this matter, Ms. Smith would be pleading guilty to the charge of domestic violence with the understanding the court would take it under statute 769 for a period of 1 year with batter's counseling. If she completes it successfully, the court will consider dismissal of charges.
That's accurate. It is a 7694A plea deal. Case would be suppressed pursuant to that statute if she successfully completes the probationary term. The only term not mentioned by brother counsel was a term of no assaultive contact, and that is with consultation of Mr. Brown. And again, I had indicated that Mr. Brown is present. He does not wish to address the court.
Thank you for that. Appreciate that. All right, Ms. Smith, you understand the possible penalty for the charge? She's okay there. If Heather can't pick her up, she'll let me know. Possible penalties up to 93 days in jail, up to $500 fines plus court costs.
Okay. Yes.
You understand that?
Yes.
You've discussed your rights and options with Mr. Bowditch?
Yes.
You understand those rights and options?
Yes.
Understand? Go ahead.
I do need to know how many classes is it?
We'll get to that.
Oh, okay.
All right. You understand the rights and options?
Yes.
Understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty today freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to voir dire, Mr. Bowditch?
Yes, Your Honor.
Incident date for your information is May 21, 21.
On May 21st, Ms. Smith, did you have contact with Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Did you touch him offensively?
Yes.
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. King?
Did that occur within Van Buren Township?
Yes.
Satisfied.
So am I. Now, to answer your question, ma'am, the probation department has a couple of different programs that they refer people to. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure one of them is actually online. That came
So
up.
I'm on probation?
Not necessarily. You're on a delayed sentence, which is kind of like probation, but it's not probation, as in you're not checking in once a month or anything like that.
Okay.
You're still, you'll be under the thumb of the court for 12 months as if I put you on probation.
Okay.
All right, if that makes sense?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to leave it to them to give you the idea, give you a couple of options, and then you pick whichever class works best for you. But they're going to tell you which ones have been approved by us.
Okay.
All right. I don't care which one of the approved ones you do, as long as it's one of the ones that we already use. Understood?
Understood.
All right. Anything else I should know from you or Mr. Bowditch before I set the terms of sentence?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead.
Your Honor, as to allocution, I do just ask that the court abide by the terms of the sentence.
Yep.
If I understand the couple have children together, that's the reason we're
Sure.
requesting no assaultive contact. And it just seems like this is an incident where counseling is the best outcome. So I hopefully Ms.
Well, I'm a
Smith,
huge counseling fan.
Hopefully Ms. Smith understands the ramifications and takes this seriously, and we don't see this couple again.
That would be all of our goals, I'm sure. Is this a fashion statement or do you work for the post office?
I work for the post office.
Okay, how long you been with the post office?
Since 2015.
All right, full time?
Yes.
Okay, all right, anything you want to tell me, ma'am?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna go along with the recommendation. I'll do a 12-month delayed sentence, no new charges, so no crime sprees. No assaultive contact. If there's a problem between the two of you and I determine you're at fault, that violates this term or this agreement. And lastly, the batter's counseling. And I want to say this. You're doing the counseling because I'm telling you to. You're ordered to do the counseling. Don't go into it with that attitude, okay? Go into it as, this is something I have to do anyhow, so let's see how much good information I can get, all right? How many kids?
I got 2.
Okay. They don't come with instructions, do they? I mean, when mine was born, they didn't have any instructions, right? Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm just gonna suggest to you, as a parent, there's always something you can learn, a better way to handle something.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so look at this batter's counseling as a way to become a better mom. All right? How old are your kids?
I got a 15-year-old who just turned 32, and then I got a 7-year-old.
Yeah. So you've got one human and one 15-year-old.
Yeah.
She, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they're not.
And she's taller than me.
Yeah, they're not even real people. They were, and then she will be again someday.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I wish you luck with that. Court costs are assessed the amount of $500. I can handle that 2 ways. I can tell you to pay it all within 30 days, or I can set you up with a monthly payment plan.
I like the second one.
How much per month?
100
When can you start?
Friday.
This week? You sure? All right. Any questions?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Address on Parkwood is a good one?
Yes.
And phone number is 325-8785?
Yes.
Okay. Hang on to Mr. Bowditch's phone number. If you're having any issues, contact him and he'll help you resolve them.
All right.
Good luck, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
Is Mr. Littlejohn here?
Yes, he's present, Your
You
Honor.
want to bring him in?
Your Honor, should Ms. Smith contact probation?
Probation will contact you about the matters, Councilman.
Okay. So you're good.
If you don't hear from them in a week or so, Ms. Smith, if you don't hear from them in a week or so, contact him.
Much as I love seeing you guys, I can't wait till Darian comes back.
Any idea when?
Mid-October.
That's not too far off.
No, she brought a little one by to say hi to us the other day.
People versus Jeremy Littlejohn.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Larry King for the people, P78774.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch, 45367, appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Littlejohn. Your Honor, today's date time set for the bench trial, defense ready to proceed.
Your Honor, the people are not able to proceed at this point in time. We have issued a subpoena for the complaining witness. We've been attempting to reach her by phone and mail, sent officers to her last known address with an efforts to serve her in person. We have been unable to secure her presence in court today.
Absent that, Your Honor, motion to dismiss.
This will be dismissed without prejudice, which means it could be refiled. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
You are all set. Enjoy your day.
Have a good day. Nice. Thank you.
Jeffrey.
Did Street show up, Mr. Bowditch?
Street is here, so is the victim, Your Honor.
All right.
Let me talk to that victim.
12:36.
On our one case, Your Honor, Mr. Goodman has not appeared.
Are you kidding me? What a shock.
He's only 7 minutes late.
Well, I'm looking for him.
Jeffrey.
I did leave a message, so, but I know we have a history of that.
Are we having a trial on Street?
Yes, I believe so.
Then let me talk. I believe you're correct. Let me talk.
Do you have the Goodman file? Do you have the one with the warrant?
I have one file.
You have one?
I have one file with 2 counts of domestic
Can't
violence.
be. She's had since it's time.
Okay.
Street
I'm gonna
says
go find the warrant.
Yep.
file.
He had a bunch open files at one point, didn't he?
He's had a domestic violence.
And they're just like,
Owes money or something.
traffic cases, and then this one that he failed to appear on.
Yeah, he owes us $900.
Yeah.
Your Honor, let's see if I can find this.
Yep.
The complaint is here, though, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna run downstairs and go grab that file.
I just got an email from this company called Heaven's Trail. They make tree stands. They've got a double man ladder stand that's $2,583 on sale from $3,200. Their hang-on stand is $1,159.
Give me a break. But they'll make it so special.
Well, Jesus, that looks like they're, I mean, it's still too much money, but it looks like they're upholstered for crying out loud. They got carpet on all the steps. They must have like a 800-pound person rating or something.
Let me use a tree stand, ground stand, and
I want Stephen Hunt's with a saddle, tree saddle. And I really want to get more mobile. And I've been telling him for like 6 months, I need you to bring your tree saddle over so I can see if I can handle it, you know, because, you know, and most of these guys, of course, they're all young guys doing it, but most of these young guys, they're using a tree saddle with one single step. So they have a step that straps on the tree, and then they have an aider on the bottom of it, which is like just nylon strap. It's like a dangling ladder. So they'll strap that up as high as they can get. They'll step on the aider, climb up that, tether themselves, reach down and hook the step, put it up again, and they'll go 25 feet up in a tree with just that one step, but they're tethered all the way up because that's the saddle hunting. You know, you're like in a sling seat with a linesman belt to climb, but you're always tethered in the tree.
How are your legs?
Yeah, I think, yeah, I mean, I climb into a ladder stand. So, yeah, I think I can, but you know, it's an expensive process because, you know, most of these steps, even the really good one-step systems, the one step is like $300. You know, it's aircraft aluminum or carbon. They're making them out of carbon now, so they weigh zero, you know, almost. The sling, by the time you get the sling and the linesman's belt and the tether rope and all that stuff, you're looking at $300-400 easy. I'm like, I'm not jumping into that and then realizing I can't do this.
Exactly, yes.
So we're all going up north this weekend, so he's supposed to bring it up. But it's just, you know, none of this hunting the same stand 2 days in a row, 3 days in a row, and the deer pattern you. You know, you can literally move from this tree, move 30 yards over, 20 yards, whatever. And they're super quiet. You know, you don't have any clanging, and you know, most of these guys, I've watched a lot of YouTube videos. Most of these guys, they got their system down, so it's like 6 or 7 pounds. It's all on a waist pack. And when they get to the tree, they're not unpacking anything. When they get to the tree, they grab their step, and away they go. And they know the next step in the process, that's in this pouch. Takes practice in that pouch. You know, and then the one-step guys, they rappel out of the tree.
Really?
Yeah, they don't one step down. They just rappel out of the tree. I haven't figured out how they release their tether rope when they do that. It must be, they must have, because I know these guys buy a lot of the same stuff that rock climbers buy. So they must have some kind of quick release buckle that they do or something. I don't know.
You want to wait for
Well, I'll wait until I get done with the rest of the docket. I mean, no big deal.
I'd like to find a way to not represent that guy.
He never shows up, does he?
No. And his cases are volumes.
You want to call him? I got a phone number, I think.
I've called him once, Your Honor, left a message.
All right. You using the 677 number?
Yeah. I lack enthusiasm.
Yeah, I sense that.
Have a seat right back here.
We ready on street?
We're ready on street.
You want to grab Mr. Bowditch?
It's a go, Jeffrey, and we're gonna try to make this very quick. So our plan can get back to work, she's a school bus driver and they need her. Yes, yes, all right.
All right, People versus Jackie Street. Gentlemen, your appearances, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Larry King for the people, P78774.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowers, 45367, appearing on behalf of Mr. Street. Today's the date and time set for bench trial. Your Honor, defense ready to proceed.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're ready.
We are ready, Your Honor. The people would waive opening statements if there's no objection.
None.
I didn't hear one either. Okay. Calling anything yet enough.
Ma'am, come on up front, please.
Do you want to podium or?
Right over here. Ms. Melton?
No.
All right, Ms. Melton, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
Yes.
Come right around here and have a seat in that chair. State your full name for me and spell your last.
Henrietta Melton, Melton.
Thank you. Mr. King, your witness.
Yes, ma'am. If you ever have trouble hearing me, let me know, okay? Ma'am, do you know a person by the name of Jackie Street?
Yes,
How do you know Mr. Street?
we was a couple.
You were a couple?
Yes,
When did you meet him?
I met him December the 23rd, 2014.
And how long were you a couple?
About 6 years.
So were you in a dating relationship with him in June of 2020?
Yes,
And on June 13th of 2020, were you at a location in Romulus with him?
yes,
And where was that location?
his house.
Okay. Would that be at 6375 Colorado Street in Romulus?
Correct.
He resided there?
Yes,
Did you reside there as well?
no,
What time did you arrive at his house? If you recall.
I recall about after 4, I believe.
Okay.
I'm sorry, was that 4 p.m.?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I can't recall it.
Anything unusual stand out to you about that date? June the 13th of 2020?
No, I just knew everything was perfectly fine until I met up with him.
Okay. I'm going to take a real quick pause here because we need to do one thing on the record. The person that you know as Mr. Street, who you were dating at that time, do you see him somewhere in this room today?
Yes,
Can you tell the court where he's seated and what he's wearing?
he's sitting over there. He's wearing black.
For the record, the witness pointed in the direction of the defendant. I'd ask that the record reflect identification
Noted.
of the defendant. Thank you, ma'am. I know that's awkward. Sorry, we have to do that. Did he make physical contact with you that day, ma'am?
Yes, he did.
Okay. How did that come about?
I had called Jackie and I told him I wanted to talk to him about something.
Okay. Was this prior to arriving to his house at 4?
Yes, this is before I got there. I asked
Okay.
him, he told me to come over. So,
Okay. And then what happened after that?
I gets over there and he got out the car because he had a bag and it had liquor in it. And I got out my car.
Yeah, I did too. He got out of the car and I missed something.
He got out the car because somebody had dropped him off at the house. And when the person left, I had got out my car. And I went over there to talk to him about something.
And what was the something that you wanted to talk to him about?
So I'm gonna go back to my birthday, which was June 7th, 2020. We were together, everything was fine that week. Wasn't no issues or nothing. The 13th of June, Jack had saw me earlier that day because
Okay.
I was in Romulus. I carport sometimes and I was carporting and he saw me in the gas station. Somebody had called my name and I'm trying to figure out who knows me in here because I am on the job. I'm trying to
Right.
get back to my shuttle van. And I haven't seen him since my birthday and I was excited to see him because I thought it was weird that we both met up there. It was just a coincidence, but we both were there at the same time.
Okay.
And he called me and I was happy to see him. I don't know how he felt about seeing me, because when I saw him, I said, hey, baby, I was happy to see him. I tried to, give him a hug, and he was kind of standing offish with me. And I couldn't understand that because we had just spent time together on my birthday. So
what happened after that?
After that, I had got off work because I was working in Woodhaven. I had went over to one of my best friend's house, and that's why I ended up calling him, because I wanted to talk to him and just show him how he was acting. So when I was over there that day, when I went to visit him, I was going to show him how standing offish he was. And before I could even ask him, that's when he got violent.
Okay. Now, I want to go back to something else that you had said. You had said, and it was a little hard to hear, he had a bag and it had something in it. Can
He
you
had
say
liquor
that?
in it.
Okay. You know him very well, is
Very
that fair
well.
to say? Have you seen him intoxicated before?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how he acts when he drinks?
Yes.
Was he acting the way that he acts when he drinks that day? Was he acting intoxicated that day?
I know he was drinking that day because.
You know he was drinking that day?
Yeah.
Okay.
But he wasn't, I don't know what he was into prior to that when I saw him, because I could smell the liquor on him.
Okay.
That's how I knew he had something to drink.
Okay. So you smelled the liquor on his breath?
And he went
On his
back to the
person?
store and got some more. So.
Okay. So you stated that before you could engage in this conversation with him, he became violent. Can you talk to us about that? What exactly did he do?
I got out my car. He was standing by my car. I got out the car. I didn't go over there to fight him. I went over there to talk to him because I wanted to show him how he was acting at the gas station. I was happy to see him. I don't know how he felt about seeing me. He was just acting real standing offish.
Okay, get to what happened.
Oh, so I'm sorry. Before I could say anything, he started hitting me. Now, mind you, he got a bag in his hand. He just kept hitting me, and I fell. And it was a tow company that came down. The guy told him to quit hitting me. By that time, my face had got busted open.
So what part of his body made contact with what part of your body?
His hand hit my face.
Your face.
Yes.
Was it an open hand or closed fist? Do you
Closed
recall?
fist.
About how many times did he strike you?
It was about 5 times.
Was he saying anything at that time?
I can't recall because it was just happening so fast.
Did you have any injuries?
Yes, I did.
Tell the court what those injuries were.
So my face ended up busted open. It was swole. It's still a little puffy under here. I'm not the person that wear makeup, but I have to wear it because it's a mark right here. And I had to go to the hospital, and I had headache from that, and I still have headaches from it.
So did you have a sore opening in your skin?
Yes, I did.
Did you have to get stitches for that?
No, I didn't. They didn't put stitches on me.
Did you seek medical treatment for that, though?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went to Henry Ford Fairlane.
Okay. And what type of treatment did you receive at Henry Ford Fairlane?
They gave me some medicine, and they gave me some pain medicine, and I think they gave me a shot. I can't recall.
Now, you mentioned that you have a mark from this. Can you talk to the court? What kind of mark do you have?
I have a scratch right here underneath my face that I never had. I'm reminded of it every day when I look at myself. I have to put makeup on. I really don't wear makeup, so I have to cover it up.
And this is something that you didn't have prior to this?
Correct.
And when she says right there, Your Honor, I do want to indicate for the record that she is placing her finger and pointing underneath her right eye.
Noted.
And I would ask that the victim be allowed to show Your Honor and show Mr. Bowditch the mark that she's talking about. I don't know how we can do that with social distancing.
Well, the first thing we would prefer is to ask the lady to remove her makeup.
No, it's visible.
Is it?
It's visible.
All right, well, I'll hold my breath if you want to lean in.
I'm not seeing it. Okay, okay. Mr. Bowditch. Can you pull your hair back? Thank you. For the record, it is a lightening of the skin in a linear manner beneath the right eye, approximately 3 inches long, that appears to be a scar. Your Honor, ma'am, did there come a time when you called the police?
I actually went up to the police
Okay, when did you go to the police station?
as soon as it happened, as soon as he did what he did.
Was that before or after you sought medical treatment?
I went to Beaumont Hospital first, and
Okay.
they were taking too long. Then I had to go back to the Romulus Police Station and make the report.
Okay, so you went to Beaumont, then you went to Romulus. At what point in time did you go to Henry Ford?
It was late, about 9 or 10.
Was it after you made the police report?
Yes,
And you made this report in person in the Romulus Police Station?
yes, I did.
I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Bowditch, your witness.
Ms. Street, I apologize, I have a big voice. I don't want to overwhelm everybody with this. If there's something, ma'am, that I ask you that you don't understand, please just ask me to repeat it. I will, all right? And when we respond, ma'am, we have to respond with a yes or no, because this young lady's making a record.
Yes, okay.
All right? Now, on June 13th, ma'am, you say that you were at a gas station.
Correct.
And you didn't really notice anyone that you knew at that time, true?
True.
But at some point, you heard someone call your name?
Correct.
Now, were they hollering at you? Was it aggressive, or just somebody saying hi? Or
No, it was like somebody was like, Kenyatta, Kenyatta. And I'm looking around like, who in here know me? I was.
Now, do you believe it? And I may interrupt you, ma'am, and I apologize in advance. Had this person not said your name, would you have ever noticed them?
No, because I didn't know who was in there at the time.
All right. So someone calls out your name. Who did you determine that was, ma'am?
Well, after I looked around the store, I figured it out. It was Jack.
It was
'Cause
Mr. Street.
It was Mr. Street, yes, I figured.
Did you have a conversation with him?
Yes, I did.
How long did that conversation last, if you remember?
Not long, because I was trying to get back on my shuttle bus. We went to use the bathroom and to get back to finish our route.
So it was just a brief conversation.
It was, hey, how you doing? He was like standoffish, yeah.
But he called you?
He called me.
All right, yeah. Now, was Mr. Street alone?
Yes, he was by himself.
All right. So when you left Mr. Street, you both went in separate directions?
Correct.
All right. When was the next time you saw him?
I believe it was the same day that I recall.
And you said sometime you arrived on the Colorado address sometime after 4 p.m.
Correct.
All right. Was Mr. Street alone at that time?
Yes.
All right. Have you ever resided on the Colorado address?
No.
All right. Had Mr. Street invited you over that day?
Yes, because I asked him if I could talk to him. So yes, he did. He told me to come over.
All right. Did he tell you what time or anything like that?
No, he just said, come on right now.
And this was about what time at the gas station?
Well, it wasn't at the gas station. I had called him.
All right. So you called him and then he asked you to come over when you could?
Yeah, because I told him I wanted to talk to him.
All right. Now you say, ma'am, that when you arrived, he was in his home?
No, he was getting out the car. Somebody had dropped him off because he had went to the store.
All right. So he was a passenger?
Correct.
Did you see the driver?
No, I didn't.
Was it a man or a woman, at least that much?
I think it might have been a man. I'm not sure.
All right. So what happened next, ma'am? Mr. Street, you arrived before Mr. Street?
It's like we came in, like he was already there, and then I pulled in the driveway.
All right. Now, were you upset?
No.
Were you angry?
No.
Even though he was standoffish? Did that upset you?
No, that, I just wanted to know what was going on.
All right, were you going to confront him about his behavior?
Yeah, I was gonna confront him about his behavior because, like I said, everything was good. I just wanted to know what was going on because it startled me, like he would do that to me. We've seen each other plenty of times somewhere and we sit and talk, so.
Mr. Street is standing there holding how many bags?
He had one bag.
All right, left or right hand?
It was his left hand, I believe.
Big bag, little bag?
It was a big bag.
Big bag. Could you see anything of the contents? Was it groceries or pop or couldn't tell?
I know from him hitting me, it was liquor in that bag because I seen a liquor bottle.
All right. But he had not yet gone inside?
No.
He had not taken anything out of the bag?
No.
All right, so he's standing there holding a bag. What happened next, ma'am, if anything?
When I got out the car and was standing there talking to him before I can show him why I was there or tell him, he just got violent and started hitting me. And he just kept hitting me until I fell. And whatever was in that bag fell out the bag, the liquor, and busted open. And it was a tow truck, that driver that saw this, and he told him to stop hitting me. And I had hit the ground and my face was bleeding. And I told him to leave me alone. Just leave me alone. Don't touch me no more.
Did you fight back?
No, I didn't.
You never struck Mr. Street?
No, I didn't.
You never bit Mr.
Yeah,
Street?
I bit him to stop hitting on me. He kept hitting me. What was I supposed to do? I was injured.
So you bit him?
Yes, I did.
How many times did you bite him?
Once.
All right. Leave a mark?
I don't know.
All right. You're claiming he hit you and then you bit him. Now, did you bite him when you were standing up or when you were on the ground?
I had to bite him on the ground because I was already on the ground. I was trying to get him to stop hitting me.
All right. So you're on the ground and he's hitting you. Is he on the ground also?
Yes, he's over me. He's like literally over me, hit me. And I'm trying to stop him. And then that's when I found a way to get his arm to bite him to try to stop him when this man told him to stop. By that time, I was injured.
All right. So you claim you bit him on the arm?
Yes.
Did you bite him anywhere else?
No.
Did you scratch him?
I don't recall that.
Could you have scratched him?
I could have. I don't know.
All right. And then what happened next?
Well, after that, I got in my car and left. That's when I had went to the hospital.
All right. Now, eventually, when you went to Henry Ford, were you treated? Did they give you medicine, bandages?
Yes, they gave me medicine.
They gave you medicine?
They gave me some medicine and some stuff to put on my face, correct.
All right. And how many times are you claiming Mr. Street struck you?
How many times? He struck me?
Yes, please.
Probably about 5 times.
All right. And again, I know this question was asked. Closed hand or fist?
It was
I
closed.
mean, open hand or fist?
It was closed.
Closed hand. Right or left hand?
I believe it was his right hand.
All right. Was he still holding the bag while he's doing this?
The bag had fell while he was tussling with me, yes.
All right. So initially, when he was tussling with you, he's still holding the bag?
Yeah, the bag, yes.
All right.
And the bag, stuff fell out the bag.
When this altercation occurred, how did it make you feel?
I was in shock because I wasn't expecting him to do that to me. I wasn't expecting it. I just wanted to have a casual conversation with him. I was not going over there to fight him or anything. I wasn't hostile or anything, but I couldn't believe he done that.
All right. Well, now you did testify that you were confrontational. You wanted to find out why he was standoffish. So when you first spoke with Mr. Street, did you yell at him?
No, I didn't.
Did you raise your voice?
No.
All right. talking as calmly as you are today?
Yes, I was very calm.
All right. How long after this incident, ma'am, did you go to the police station? Was it an hour, 20 minutes?
Well, I have to go back to when I was at Beaumont Hospital because they were busy, really busy. And I was in there for a good 4 hours. So my head was hurting and I had somebody with me, and that's when I went to Henry Ford. But I had went to the police station first because I had to get their report. And I know Henry Ford took another report too.
All right. Were there any pictures?
Yes, I took pictures.
The officer involved in this case is no longer with the department. So I don't have the photos.
All right.
I have pictures, but they in my phone.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Thank you.
Mr. King, give me just a minute. Hey, D, how's it going?
It's going well.
Things all right at work?
Yes.
Good, good. Hey, sorry about last week, and now I got to apologize for this week because my schedule kind of got blown up. I'm in the middle of
it's
it right
okay.
now. I just wanted to say hello, and I'm going to put you and Christine in a breakout room so you can give her a little update if there's anything going on.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Have a
Keep
good
doing
one.
it. Sounds like all the testing's going the way we need it to.
All right.
Heather, you want to put these two in a breakout room for me, Heather? Maybe I lost Heather. Heather, did I lose you? All right, give me a minute. I'm just going to mute you so I can get you in a breakout room. Would you go see if you can find Heather? Yeah. I don't see that the breakout rooms are set up, but they were set up earlier. Mr. King, your witness?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You can step down, man. Thank you. Watch your step.
May this witness be released from the subpoena?
No objection.
Yes, you're free to go, man. Thank you.
And I will give you a call later, okay?
And any other witnesses? Mr. King?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Bowditch?
Your Honor, at this time, I call Mr. Street to the stand, please.
Mr. Street, come on up, sir. Raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Now you can have a seat over here.
When
Thank
you
you,
get
sir.
comfortable, would you please state your name for the record with the correct spelling of your last name?
It was as you were walking out.
Jackie Nathaniel Street, S-T-R-E-E-T.
Thank you, sir. Sir, are you aware of the events that bring us to court today?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware it happened on June 13th? Is that correct, of 2020?
Yes.
Where were you on that day, sir? Do you remember?
I was at my mom's residence where I reside.
Is that on Colorado Street?
6075 Colorado, Promise.
And was there a time when you left that location?
Left
Yes.
on that day?
Yeah.
Yes, I went to get some flowers with my best friend, Lisa.
Now, Lisa's a female?
Yes.
All right, so you and Lisa went to get flowers?
Yes, we was on the way to get flowers that day. And we stopped at the gas station to get some gas and refreshments.
All right. Now, Miss Lisa, was she a passenger or a driver?
She's the driver.
All right, so you were a passenger.
Yes, I don't drive.
On that day, did you see Miss Milton?
I observed Miss Milton walking into the gas station when we pulled up.
All right, and what happened next, if anything?
When I went in to get my things, I was looking around to see her and I didn't see her. I assumed must have went to use the bathroom. Thought she might have been at work. So when I was purchasing my items, she was walking past without buying anything. So I tried to stop her before she got to the door. I called her out for her, and she stopped and turned around.
All right, and why did you wish to speak with her?
I wanted to see her. I mean, I didn't know she'd be there. I just saying hi.
Just say hi.
Yeah.
Did you invite her to come to your house later?
No, I knew she was at work. I just said, hey, me and Lisa going to the thing to get some stuff for our gardens.
Now, does Miss Melton know Lisa?
Yes, she worked with her dad before, and we had dinner before together at the lounge.
All right, did Lisa say anything to Miss Melton?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I can't.
No, you can't answer that.
Okay.
I understand. I'll ask that question in another way. Did anyone else speak with Miss Melton other than you?
No.
All right. Where was Lisa when Miss Melton and you were in the gas station?
Me and Miss Melton walked out the gas station with my arm around her up to Lisa's car while I explained where we was going. And I said, I'll talk to you later because I knew she was working.
All right.
And she
Now,
said, okay.
When you said you would speak to her later, did you invite her to your home?
No, just say, I'll see you later.
All right. On that day at the gas station, did you purchase items?
Sure.
Did you buy some? And you had a bag in your hand?
Sure.
Big bag?
Probably some, required. I can't recall exactly what was in it. Yeah.
All right. What did you do next? Did Miss Melton leave the gas station at that point? Did you watch her leave?
Yes, she had went to the van and she was transporting some things.
All right.
Whatever
What was
job.
what was her demeanor as she was leaving?
When she left me, we was fine. I thought.
And what happened next, if anything?
I continued to the greenhouse and we went back and got our things and I went home.
All right. And what happened when you arrived at 6375 Colorado?
Nothing when I arrived. I was at home for a while. I had went back to the store with another friend.
Is this friend a male or female?
It was a male friend.
All right. And so you returned with your male friend?
Yeah.
With more groceries?
Yeah, I had got some more things because I was in for the night.
All right.
And I had a call from her saying, where are you at? I said, I'm on my way from the store. And I said, where are you? She said, I'm in your driveway. I said,
So she had already arrived at your house?
yes. So I said,
when you returned to your Colorado address, Miss Melton was there?
she was in the driveway. I pulled up on the street and got out.
When did you first see her?
Well, as soon as I walked up, she was still sitting in her car. So I said, hey, what's going on?
Now, at this time, you had no idea she was going to be there.
I just said, hey, what's going on?
You did not invite her to be there at that time.
No.
So what happened next, if anything?
She didn't say anything. She got out with a stern look on her face. She got out and closed the door and walked up close to me. And she said,
now, what was her demeanor when she walked up? Was she angry?
She had just like a regular serious look on her, not smiling, just like regular kind of serious look. So I said, what's up? She said, you were acting real standoffish at the gas station. And I'm like, what? And then she proceeded to punch me in the face consistently.
Now, let's back up. She punched you in the face?
Yeah, she started punching me in the face.
So you're standing there holding a bag?
Yeah.
And she punched you in the face?
And I'm trying to get back. So I dropped everything. It started busting and I dropped everything. And then I'm pushing her off me and she's scratching on me. And I'm trying to push her. And that's when she started biting me. And I ain't never been bit before. And I ain't know what kind of injury that was gonna be because it was a hard bite. So I just got her off me and she fell. And I just was like, then a tow truck lady was pulling up, not a man. And she jumped out saying, get off her. I said, hey, I ain't do nothing. Get out of here. Just get out of here. I said, get up, leave.
At this time, you're on your property,
Yeah, I'm in my driveway.
in your driveway. All
I'm
right.
just saying, leave.
Your Honor, may I approach a witness?
Sure.
Mr. Street, I'm going to show you some pictures. Do you recognize these pictures?
Yes, there's pictures of me the next day my friend took. I asked her to take.
Can you tell me what date is at the top?
It was the next day from that event.
Would the date read Sunday, June 14th?
Yes, it's June 14, 2020.
I'm going to ask you to direct your gaze to these pictures. In picture number 1, there are 6 in all. We'll call this picture number 1. What is that a picture of?
That's the injury from her scratching me. She had long nails and she dug in with like 4.
And picture number 2, we're going from left to right. What is that?
When she had bit me on the forearm. When she was latched onto my forearm.
All right. So when you said she latched on, so
It was a severe bite and I was scared.
she was holding on it like a turkey leg?
I didn't know how to get her off. It wasn't like a bite get off. It was a latch on.
All right. And now pictures 3 and 4, if we go in the same direction, those are is that the same arm or different?
It's just a closer picture of the same arm.
All right. And in picture 5 and 6 at the bottom, is that the same photos of the scratch?
It's all the same photo of the scratch.
All right. Thank you, sir.
I've seen it. I don't have any objection.
No?
You'll mark them as an exhibit.
Yeah. Sure. There's only one.
That'll come in as defense number 1.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Street, after someone else intervened, when Miss Melton fell on the ground, did you get on top of her?
No, I told her, I directed her to get up and get out of my driveway and leave.
All right.
I was away from her. I never was on top of her ever. When I pushed her off her and she fell, I never engaged her again. I never engaged her.
Did you ever strike her in the face with a closed fist 5 times?
Not 5 times, enough to get her off my arm. I could not say how much it took for that. More, not 5.
So you were repelling an attack,
Yes,
and the force that you used, you thought was reasonable.
yes, just to get her off me.
All right.
I never engaged, I never progressed.
So once she was on the ground, you never went,
I backed up and said, leave.
and at that point she left?
The tow truck driver was threatening to call the police. I said, call them now. Leave, do whatever, call them. And she refused to let the tow truck driver call the police. And she left saying I was gonna pay for this. I said, just leave.
And to this day, you haven't seen her
Physically, I don't think, but we have some electrical communication we have. But the judge, Your Honor, had directed me not to have any more, and I stopped.
Give me just a minute. You guys want to go back in?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Yeah, sure. Heather? Okay, go ahead.
So, Mr. Street, just in wrapping everything up, the only time you touched Miss Melton, if I'm correct, was to repel an attack.
Exactly.
So she was aggressive.
Extremely. She's trained fighter.
I'm doing it now, Judge.
What do you mean she's a trained fighter?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you put her in for, she has a felony warrant due for her for an arraignment?
Sorry about that. What's the objection?
I don't think there's been proper foundation for this. I also believe it's irrelevant.
Well, I don't think it's irrelevant to a self-defense claim, and that's what I'm hearing from Mr. Street. As far as foundation, I think what you mean by that is laying a foundation. Go ahead.
How long have you known Miss Melton?
About 7 years.
Have you ever known her to be aggressive?
Yes.
Have you ever known her to fight?
Yes. She fights.
Does she fight professionally?
No. She's been trained all her life.
All right. Who does the training?
Her dad's a grandmaster kung fu.
So someone in her family.
All her family.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Street. I don't have any further questions. Now you have to sit there. Mr. King's going to ask you a couple. All right?
Mr. King, your witness.
Just 1 second, if I may, Your Honor.
Sure.
Mr. Street, did you, on the day in question, had you consumed any alcohol?
Probably so, sir.
Okay. Did you consume alcohol prior to encountering the complainant at the gas station?
Yes.
Okay. And how much would you say you had to drink?
Maybe equivalent of 2 beers.
Okay. And did you continue to drink alcohol after this incident at the gas station?
I'm not sure. I haven't made it back from the store long.
Okay. But you said that you had made it back from the gas station. Then you got another male friend to take you to the store again, correct?
Yes, but I don't recall buying any alcohol beverages at the gas station. I went to get refreshments. I was with my friends.
Refreshments. Okay. But the male friend that you had take you to the second store, that was a trip to get alcohol, correct?
Yes, I had alcohol.
So you came back to the house with alcohol and you had been drinking earlier.
Yes,
Okay.
probably.
Were you intoxicated?
No, sir.
So it's your testimony that when you had contact with her at the gas station, that there was something said to the effect of, I'll see you later or I'll talk to you later. Is that right?
Yes.
And the two of you were dating at the time, correct?
Casually.
Casually dating at the time. Okay. And she'd been to your house before, correct?
Yes.
Is it possible that one would take I'll see you later as she might have taken that as an invitation to come by?
Your Honor, I object to that. Calls for speculation.
Response?
Is it possible that she would have taken this statement to be an invitation based on the dating relationship at the time and the knowledge of the parties?
I'll allow the question.
So,
no, because I always specifically tell her when I want her to come.
Okay. So you pulled into the driveway with your male friend and she was already, or you pulled into the street and she was already in your driveway, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And she got out of her vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you got out of your vehicle.
I was out of the vehicle. I approached and asked her what's going on.
Okay.
She got out without
And
saying anything.
And she looked, quote, serious. She had a serious look on her face,
Walking
right?
towards me.
And then it was your testimony that she hit you in the face?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And did you have any injuries from her hitting you in the face?
I'm not sure.
Okay, we saw the photos, right? Are any of those of your face?
I don't think I had severe injuries to the face. I just showed what mostly caused me to react.
Do you remember whether or not you had injuries to your face?
I was sore.
But you don't remember any bruising on your face?
No.
Okay. And again, it was your testimony that there was a tow truck driver in the city, correct?
A female tow truck driver was just coming down the street. As
And
she
it's
was
your
falling.
testimony that that person had screamed, "Get off of her," correct?
She said, stop.
Well, you had stated earlier that that people said was "Get off of her." Is that right?
She may have thought I was going to proceed, but I wasn't. And I wasn't on her.
Okay. Thought you were going to proceed striking Kenyatta, is that correct?
I wasn't going to proceed doing anything. I wanted her to leave my property.
I don't have anything further.
Mr. Bowditch, any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor, real quick. Just for clarification, Mr. Street, you were not intoxicated on that day.
I wasn't at all.
In no way did you expect to see Miss Kenyatta on that day.
No, I thought she was at work.
And when you arrived home, she was
Yes, he was.
All right. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. King, any recross?
No, Your Honor.
Sir, you can step down. Any other defense witnesses, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor. Defense rests.
Mr. King, any rebuttal?
No, Your Honor.
I am ready for argument, gentlemen.
Your Honor, the people would move the court to find the defendant guilty based on the evidence that's been presented today. The court heard the testimony of the complaining witness who stated that she happened upon her boyfriend at a gas station purely by happenstance on the date, time, or the date in question, and was concerned by his behavior. She went to his home. It was her testimony that she had been invited over there. And I'll point to the fact that they both agree that it was, I'll see you later, I'll see you around. They were dating at the time. She went to his home later that day and made contact with him in the driveway, at which point in time it's her testimony that he attacked her, striking her several times in the face. She had visible injuries for which she sought medical attention, for which she still has a scar on her face today, which the court observed that is clearly in line with the testimony that was presented. It was her testimony that the defendant had liquor in the bag at the time. He smelled of alcohol and he had been drinking that day. She knows him to drink. She knows him to consume alcohol. She knows how he acts when he is consuming alcohol. I will state to the record that I believe, again, this is a case where it is a credibility argument, as we've had testimony from both witnesses. However, in judging the credibility of the witnesses, there are a number of things to look for, mainly how the other evidence lines up with the testimony, as well as how the defendant or person in question act or looked when testifying. And I asked the court to pay attention to the difference in the behavior on the stand today between our complaining witness and the defendant. The defendant had some recollection problems that evaded some questions. Furthermore, I think that if we look at the injuries, they don't add up. The injuries to the defendant just don't add up. He's stating that she was the initial aggressor and she's some sort of kung fu trained fighter who struck him in the face, but he doesn't remember having any injuries to the face, and none of the pictures that he provided show injuries to the face. He didn't point out any lingering injuries or point out any bruising or marks on his face. So his story that she initially set him off by hitting him in the face doesn't pair with the evidence. The injuries that the court does see is a scratch and a bite, which can easily be taken as defensive wounds. Why would a trained fighter scratch and bite if she's this fighting master? Those are, by their characteristics, a get off of me defensive wound. There's been a bit of an issue with this tow truck driver, and obviously it's a present sense impression type of a thing. That's how this is coming in. There's a tow truck driver that, by the defendant's own testimony, said, "Get off of her." But then the defendant turns around and says, "But I was never on her. This passerby just yelled at me to get off of her, but I was never on her." And then he gets really cagey when you start talking about proceeding. And I would say proceeding to do what? Well, proceeding to beat the complaining witness, as the evidence shows that he did. So, Your Honor, based on the evidence that was presented here today, I would ask that the court find the defendant guilty of committing the battery upon Ms. Kenyatta Milton, the person with whom he had a dating relationship.
Mr. Bowditch.
I disagree with my learned colleague, Your Honor. On this day in question, when they arrived at the gas station, Ms. Melton did not say that she saw Mr. Street with anyone else, but Mr. Street said that there was a woman with him who had provided him a ride and was clearly visible to Ms. Melton, a woman that she knew and they had had dinner with. When Mr. Melton, when Mr. Street saw Ms. Melton, she had not seen him. Mr. Street originated the conversation saying, "Hey, how you doing?" And then Ms. Melton had to go to work. Nowhere does Mr. Street ever say that she was invited to his house. Matter of fact, when she arrived, he was not at home, yet she lingered, because when he pulled up, she was already there. As soon as she pulled up, she gets out of the car and approaches Mr. Street. Now, he's on his own property. She approaches him, uninvited, and she says she was calm, cool, and collected after seeing Mr. Street with another woman at the gas station and claiming that his behavior was odd. I posit to the court, probably angered her. She approached Mr. Street and again, Your Honor, attacked him. And you can see by the marks, these aren't just casual brushes. I mean, this isn't a bruise or a mark after a year and a half that to me looked like wrinkle lines. It certainly wasn't scarring. And I'm not sure it'd be a hell of a punch to be visible after a year and a half. But yet the pictures clearly show, and they're dated, that the next day, Mr. Melton took pictures of these egregious injuries. I mean, this bite on his arm is outrageous. It's not just being brushed or being scratched, it was being mauled by this woman. And Your Honor, Mr. Street has every right in the world to defend his property and to defend himself. And I posit to the court, that's exactly what he was doing. He didn't invite her over. She was mad when she got there and she attacked him. And the only way to get her off of him was to push her. He claims never struck her. Now, she's claiming that she was struck on the left side 5 times. Well, as according to the testimony, Mr. Street, who never dropped the bag initially, had the bag in his left hand. So if he was to strike Miss Street, her blows would have been to this side, not to this side, unless he's using the backhand. But she never said that. She just said her injuries are on the right. If he's right-handed looking at her holding a bag, he's punching her on her left if he continues to punch her in the face. And again, once she's on the ground, there's no more testimony that it escalated beyond that. Once she was on the ground, it was over. So I would posit to the court, Your Honor, this is a clear case of self-defense, of which Mr. Street got the ugly part of this encounter, as the picture would show. I would ask the court to find him not guilty. I believe he was well within his rights to protect himself.
Thank you, Mr. Pollard. Mr. King.
Sure, I'd state that one can't act in self-defense when they are indeed the initial aggressor. And Mr. Bowditch made an argument that when the complaining witness was at the property, that she was uninvited. And I'd say that there may be some issue as to that because they had been dating at the time. They had been associated together at the time. And they saw each other earlier in the day and I'll see you later. I'll see you around. They were dating. They were a couple. She came to his house. But I believe that, at least in her mind, I'll see you later. I'll see you around. She was invited. She was welcome to be there. Furthermore, if you cannot act in self-defense if you are the initial aggressor, and Mr. Bowditch wants to argue that Kenyatta was angry and confrontational. But if you listen to what the defendant himself stated, is that she walked up to me and she looked stern and serious and talked to me about what happened at the gas station. Not screaming, not yelling, not accusatory, not violent. Stern, serious. We need to have a talk about our relationship. And then there's this the allegation that turns the tables and puts Kenyatta Milton as the initial aggressor in the mind of the defendant, which is where the defendant claims that she struck him in the face. And to that, Your Honor, there's no evidence of that, except for his assertion there's no injuries to his face, even though he took photos of other injuries the next day. So this story that she struck him in the face first, causing him to need to defend himself, doesn't add up. Taken with the characteristics of the injuries that he suffered, a scratch and a bite, which Ms. Milton stated were defensive in nature as she was being attacked. And it most logically goes that those injuries flow correctly with Ms. Milton's story, not with the defendant's story. A scratch to the chest and a bite to the arm, by their nature, are defensive. He was on her. She was trying to get him off of her. So he was the initial aggressor, not her. He was not acting in self-defense. He was, in fact, the aggressor, and she was, in fact, defending herself by the injuries that are presented. And Your Honor can see for yourself the scar on her face. It appears to be a scar. a linear scar in the exact location that one would expect such a scar to be if her face was cut open during the attack as described. So for those reasons, again, Your Honor, I ask for a guilty verdict.
Thank you, gentlemen. I don't have a clue what really happened that day, and that's reasonable doubt. Not guilty.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Street, you got a payment plan that was supposed to start September 9, did it?
I get paid tomorrow, I'll do it electronically?
You can, but you pay extra fees if you do it electronically.
Okay, but I'll get paid.
I can give you until the end of the week if you want to pay it in person. Just to save the extra money.
Yeah, now that I know how to get in.
Court's open, you can come back.
Yeah.
All right, I'll make a note that you're going to start on the 17th.
Mr. Bowden, do you know if Mr. Goodman's present?
Oh, let me check.
Because I need to zoom into one of the emergency dockets to do a bond argument on a homicide case.
Make it quick.
We dismissed, because the victim failed to appear, so you were gonna return the fine, and he's the one that said, oh, I paid that. I paid my DWLS. Well, what he paid was his 2 cases that suspended him, but he had the DWLS that was dropped to the double parking, which judge told him he had to pay, he never did. He's downstairs, wants his money.
Okay, can somebody explain all that?
Okay, so his money goes towards,
Well,
because it's not a poster or a portion.
it's
of
in
it.
his name, yeah. Whoever's talking to him, try to convince him, just put it on that. Jackie Street, is there somebody famous named Jackie Street?
You're trying to get him in here on Najee Goodman. He's not here. There's no reason. He's supposed to be 12:30.
Goodman's not here?
What
is that?
Street's been here a lot, though.
You Mr. Shoehouse Patrol.
Yeah, we've seen him a lot.
Have a seat back here. Mr. Goodman is not present.
He's in the no-show file. Jeff, I put Mr. Goodman in the no-show file, so if you get a hold of him, the new kinder, gentler court system doesn't issue bench warrants for 48 hours.
48 hours?
That's the new rule.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
So, Your Honor, again, people would note for the record that the complaining witness is present. This is the date and time set for a bench trial. We are prepared to proceed, and we would move that a bench warrant be issued as soon as court rules allow.
It will be done as soon as court rules allow. Thank you, folks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Your Honor, I'm going to steal one of your conference rooms to zoom out the third circuit. I think we're good.
Yeah, because you're not on, that's all the docket we've got.
Okay.
You're not on Roberts, right?
All right. We're good.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. Judge,
Yes, sir.
2 quick questions. Number 1, have you ever heard of a judge, a circuit court judge, putting someone on a lifetime tether?
No,
No.
How can you do that?
I don't know that they can.
I had an individual
For a
call me,
lifetime, unless you know you're dead in a month.
an individual called me with Vonda Evans, a Vonda Evans case.
That explains some of it, maybe.
A case was over 2 years ago, he still has a tether.
Shut up.
I told him, I said, cut it off.
Over, like, and
Over, like 2 years ago. Even according to his criminal history, he's on no probation, no parole, no.
that sounds like she just never signed the MIT to have
Is
it
she still
removed.
paying for it? Is he, I mean, is
No,
he still paying
they
for it?
stopped billing him about a year ago.
Oh,
He's still
stop
walking
it.
around
He's
with
still
a tether.
wearing it?
He's a foreign gentleman. He said, what's your name? I said, cut it off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
If anybody objects, then call me.
yeah.
The other question is, Cheyenne's number, she's gonna baby, she's not
Yeah, yeah,
babysit,
yeah.
she's not
Hold
gonna
on.
babysit. I think she's gonna tutor my grandson. And the guys haven't come over to cut wood yet. I'm getting impatient not being able to use the back of my property.
Your guy cleared out?
Hmm?
Did your guy clear the path?
No,
Oh, shit.
that's what I'm waiting for. I don't care how long it sits there as long as my path is clear.
Well, that's the problem when you're getting, free help. It's kind of hard to complain
Oh,
about it.
it's not free. I'm doing a civil matter for you.
Oh, okay.
There's a little bit of reciprocity here. I'm gonna start charging. I've been working on his case for months.
Then, yeah, it's time to get some retainer.
Yeah. Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Good luck.
Thanks, everybody.
Have a good one, Jeff.
Sorry about the volume in here. I know I can get
It's okay.
It's not as loud as I thought it should be. I mean, it seemed like the witness, I thought it should be louder. I mean, you think it would.
Well, and there's a way you can tweak it.
Yeah.
The first time I walked in here, though, talked into that microphone.
Yeah, booms. I'm gonna take these down to Mackenzie while we're waiting on the, you know what? You check with the guys and see what's going on.
With
The exam was,
Is that what we have?
yeah, 1:30. Roberts.
Okay, I'm on my way.
Yeah. Yeah. Just one witness.
So much different than the old building.
I was never in the old building, so it was the only one I've seen.
Except we hardly ever use it. Are you gonna tell me?
Yeah, when that lady told me she couldn't hire me because of the tether, that crushed me. That was $25 an hour, man. Mm-mm.
And they won't give it back to me. Yeah, and I don't direct the police on what to do, when to hold, when to, give evidence back, it's their own policy, but normally, my understanding is that once it's been, adjudicated in like a plea, we normally will give it back. If there was a trial, then they will enter it for appeals. So I don't see why they wouldn't give it back. But I also don't know what precinct it is. Like, is he calling just like the precinct and asking, or is he calling the officer?
No, I didn't find out all the details because I was impressed trying to get here. So I found out what he's calling, but yeah, I need to talk. He did say that we'll try to get stuff back.
Because the OIC is the one, whoever puts it on evidence, with DPD, I believe, whoever puts it on evidence has to be the one to release it.
And so they'll always refer you to the OIC to say like, which the OIC is generally the one who like, orders it to be placed on evidence or whatever, like they're the one who signed the paperwork or something. So once that happens, they're the ones who have to release it, and, it's pretty easy, like I usually don't have issues. But I do have a lot of people who ask me for a court order, and I'm like, you can't order the release of it, like technically it doesn't go through a court order. But,
And I mean, with the chafing that you usually.
usually
there's
just
no
give it
other-
back, yeah.
Yeah, there's no other issue with it. I mean, I'll try to see if I can reach the OSC.
And like I said, I wasn't sure, word on the street was that his place of business was raided, and that they collected a gun or something during that, and like, it was all confusing, like a driver's license for New York and like whatever, and I'm like, I don't see anything in the system, I don't know what you're talking about, I don't see an arrest from him, and whatever, but like, that was supposedly what the word on the street was to the victim from like other people.
Yeah, no country had it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, one, we did have a gun, but it was a part of the registered gun, and he had it for protection. Two, he always said that he used to live in New York, that he has a business, that's a big issue, so, yeah.
You know what we're dealing with, people don't know what that means.
So,
I mean, technically, like, and I was like, is it a driver's license or is it a state ID? Like, there's a difference because, like, you're only supposed to have one driver's license, but, like, I'm sure people have multiple ones all the time.
I knew it was from New York, so I don't know what they had, I know it was from New York. Let me call him and see.
Yeah, he would need to contact the OIC directly.
Okay.
Whoever that is, and I can't remember who it is. I don't know if it was Fox Crime. It could have been.
I might have my whole file at the,
Please rise. Report back to session. We'll bring up to the
Have a seat, and let's have appearances on the People versus Michael Roberts.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Elena Rozak on behalf of the people, P78815.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon to your staff. Neighborhood Defender Services by Ken Riggins, P82125. On behalf of Mr. Michael Roberts, who sits to my left.
Riggins and Rosick, that would make a good firm name.
Sorry?
Riggins and Rosick, sounds like a good firm name. Are we ready?
Yes, Your Honor. We have one witness who will be testifying, and I would ask for an order of sequestration with an exception for the officer in charge, Detective George Saligen, who is sitting at the table with me.
No objections?
No objection.
And you two do not have to jump up to talk to me. It's okay if you do, but it's okay if you stay seated as well.
Oh, okay.
Either way.
Thank you.
Let's get the witness.
Will you do that? Thank you.
Mr. Riggins, last time your client was in jail, we missed a file. He's got an old, well, not real old, June 1721 misdemeanor drove while license has been revoked or denied. Let's talk about that today and see if we can do something with it. And get you a pre-trial date, whatever we got to do. Okay. Man, right up there. Would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today? Yes. Have a seat right here. Watch your step. Settle in there, state your name and spell your last name.
Barbara Hall?
H-A-L-L?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Counsel.
Ma'am, I'm going to draw your attention to the date of August 11th in 2021. Can you tell us where you were living on that date?
43625 Harris Road, Belleville, Michigan.
And is that in the county of Wayne?
Yes.
Was anyone else living with you at the time?
My son,
And what is your son's name?
Michael Roberts.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to him and indicate something that he's wearing?
Right over here.
You got to make sure you keep your voice up because they're taking down everything you say, okay?
Right over here in the blue shirt.
Blue
Noted.
shirt? Thank you. Now, on this particular date of August 11th, were you home with your son that day?
Yes.
And did something happen where police were called to the location?
Yes.
Now, who called the police, if you know?
I believe that he actually made the phone call.
Okay, did you call the police?
I'm not positive. I think I did.
Okay. What happened on this day that would have led the police to come to that location?
He wanted money. He was under the influence of alcohol. Bluntly, he was drunk, and I wouldn't give him any money. And he tried to get my purse, and I picked up my purse, put it on my arm, and said, "No, you're not getting my purse."
Okay, I'm gonna slow you down just a little bit, okay, to get a little detail. Who is he that you're referring to?
Michael.
Okay, was anyone else home during this time?
Not at that time.
Okay, and you indicated that you're putting your arms across your body and kind of hugging yourself, is that right?
Yes, with
Okay,
my purse
and
straps.
you had a purse,
Right.
is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, why did you hug your purse like that?
because he was trying to get my purse and get my credit card or my cash and take it, even though I told him no.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that. There's been no testimony that he's been trying to get anything. She just said he wanted money and she wouldn't give it to him.
And I asked her, why did she hug her purse like that? She's saying.
Was that a lack of foundation?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. And I can establish more then.
Please
You indicated that Michael had asked you for some money, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and do you recall how much money he asked for?
I don't think that he asked for anything specific. He just wanted money,
Okay, and was this normal?
often.
All right, and did you often give him money before?
It depends. If it's for milk, gas to get to work, yes.
Okay, and do you recall what he wanted money for on this day?
He didn't say, but at midnight, it's usually beer.
Okay, and that's what time of day this was?
It was nighttime, yes.
All right, now, when he asked for money, did you ever give him any, if you recall?
I'm sorry, ask.
When he asked you for money
Yes.
initially, did you give him any, if you recall?
No.
Okay,
Oh, yes, I did. I gave him $20.
okay, and when you gave him the $20, did Michael say anything to you?
He said that wasn't enough.
Okay. Was this a $20 bill?
Correct.
Okay, and then what happened?
That's when he decided to go for my purse, and I grabbed it first.
Where was your purse?
It was sitting under my desk. I was sitting at the desk.
Now, when Michael first approached you and asked you for money, were you sitting at the desk then as well?
Probably, but I'm not positive.
Okay, and what room is this desk in?
Pardon me?
What room is this desk in?
In the living room.
Okay. Now, where your purse you indicated was on the floor next to the desk?
Yes.
Okay. When he indicated to you that that wasn't enough money, did he say anything else?
I don't believe he said anything. He just went for the purse.
All right. So when you grab the purse, what do you do with it?
Put it around my arms and held it close to me so he couldn't get my wallet or my card.
What kind of purse is this? If you can describe it for us.
It was just 2 handles and a purse.
Okay. You said that you put it around your arm. What are you referring to?
I put the handles of the purse around my arm, and then I doubled up my arms to hold them in so that to give me strength, because he'd be much stronger than me. If I held it in my hand, he'd just snatch it. And he broke the handle of the purse on my arm and got it anyway.
Okay. Do you recall how he got the purse from you?
Yes, he literally broke the handle of the purse, hurting my arm. to rip it away from me.
Do you recall, was he in front of you or behind you? How did he?
Straight in front of me.
Okay. Did he ever touch your person at all other than the purse that you were holding?
Well, yeah, he was trying to get my arms away, apart.
Okay. What was in your purse?
My credit card. Other than that, just girly stuff, grandma stuff.
Okay. Did you have any cash in your purse?
The only thing I had, I believe, was that $20, and I gave him the $20 so he could go get some cigarettes. But that's all, that's all the cash I had.
Now, the $20 that you initially gave him, did he keep the $20?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did he ever give it back to you during the conversation?
No.
Okay. You indicated that you had a credit card. Do you know the difference between a credit card and a debit card?
It was a bank card, a debit card.
Okay. Do you recall what bank it was through?
Chase.
And is that your bank account that it's leaked to?
Yes.
Now, is that the only card you had in your purse?
Yes.
At some point, does Michael get the purse out of your hand?
Yes.
What happens next?
The purse dropped to the floor. He got in my purse, in my wallet, and got that card out before he could blink.
Okay, did you actually see him take the card?
Yes.
All right, and the card you indicated was inside of your wallet, inside of the purse, correct?
That's correct.
And was this done right in front of you?
Yes.
Now, after he gets the card, does he say anything to you?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you see him take anything else from your purse?
No.
Now, at some point, well, let me ask you this. What does Michael do after he gets the bank card?
He ran out of the house and got in my pickup truck, my only vehicle left, and left.
Now, this pickup truck that you're speaking of, is this a vehicle that you have let Michael drive previously?
Yes, I let him drive it. I give him permission to drive it to and from work.
Okay. And did he have keys to it?
He did not have permission to use it, no, that day. Not when you're drinking, not at midnight.
Okay.
Not when it's necessary.
What do you do immediately after Michael leaves?
I called my best friend.
Who is your best friend?
Her name is Yvonne Watson, and she came over and stayed with me. I was pretty shook up. My husband just passed away.
Did you indicate that her name is Yvonne Watson?
Yvonne Watson.
Okay, and
It goes by Bonnie.
Now, you were residing alone and let me ask you this, were you living with anyone else other than your son at the time?
No.
Okay, and when you call Bonnie, do you indicate to her what happened?
Yes.
And what does she do?
She was in my house in 8 minutes flat.
Okay, now, did you ever go through your purse?
Did I go up? Oh, yes.
And did you notice anything missing?
No, except the card.
Okay. After this incident happens, let me ask you this. On the day of the incident, do you know how much money you had in your bank account?
Not exactly, because my husband's just passed and I'm in the middle of paying the funeral things and collecting the stock things, and so I'm not positive how much I had.
Okay. Did you at some point contact Chase Bank to see if your card had been used?
Yes.
Okay. And did you realize whether or not any money had been missing?
Yes, I did. I called the bank. The automated system told me that it had been used 3 times at a non-Chase ATM.
And were they transactions that you made?
I've never gotten money out of Chase card, not at a Chase automatic teller.
Okay, so you've never used an ATM machine?
I've used ATMs, but only Chase ones. If I need money, I go to Chase. I live close to town. It's right there. Why pay $250 to go someplace
Your
else?
Honor,
Okay.
she's going beyond answering the question. Answer the question, this is kind of a narrative that she's giving.
I agree.
Okay.
Narrow it down.
Now, give me just one moment. Was Michael Roberts a named person on your bank account?
No,
Okay. Did you ever give him permission to use your credit card?
yes,
On this particular date of August 11th, 2021, did you give him permission to use your debit card?
no,
Did you give him permission to take your debit card?
no,
Okay. And did you give Mr. Roberts permission to go through your purse?
no.
I don't have anything further at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Riggins, your witness.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hall. So I just have a few questions for you.
I'm sorry?
I'm just going to have a few questions for you.
Okay.
Your son's lived with you since your husband died, correct?
Since before my husband died to help me take care of my home and property and husband.
So he did help take care of the house, correct?
Yes, when my husband would fall, he would help me pick him up at times.
And he took care of the house, the maintenance on the house.
He cut the grass a couple times.
He fixed things around the house.
Yeah, I think he fixed my truck a couple times, kept it going for me.
Okay.
Yeah, he did what sons do from time to time when he was sober.
Yeah, can you strike the part about sober? And in the process, you would give him money to take care of things, correct?
I don't give him money for him. The only time I ever give him money is if he's going to the store to get me a pack of cigarettes or a gallon of milk or some specific reason, not just here's some money. He wasn't paid for his chores.
Now, I'm a bit confused. Earlier, you testified when the prosecution was questioning you that you did give him money.
Yes,
You
for
give him-
cigarettes,
Right.
milk, that sort of thing.
Right,
Yes.
but you just testified that you didn't give him money for that sort of thing.
I didn't recall that I did that. I answered your question that yes, I did give him money occasionally for specific reasons. And it's usually bread, milk at the party store, cigarettes, whatever I needed at the corner store because my husband, I could not leave.
And didn't you allow him to use your debit card at specific
Yes,
times?
yes. For these type of things, I could not leave my husband at all for months.
Okay. And you testified that you are not actually sure, or you were not sure how much money was taken.
On the specific night that we're talking about,
Right.
I know exactly how much was gone. He took 3 transactions from a non-ATM, 400, 200, and 400
You're
within minutes. 100%, I got the bank statement.
You're sure that money was taken out of your system,
Yes,
out of your account?
yes,
You're not sure when?
yes, I know exactly what date and the address it was taken from.
You're not sure who did it?
He took my card. I saw him get my card and run out of my house. He stole my purse. He broke my purse off my arm. The purse went to the floor. He got in my wallet, took the card and ran out of the house, got in my truck and left.
So you claim he assaulted you. Well, he grabbed your arm, he hurt your arm.
Oh, yes.
Did you go to the hospital?
No.
Did you have any marks?
Yes, I had a bruise.
You had a bruise?
Right.
Did you notify the police of the bruise?
Yes, police officer came to my home and I let him know what happened.
You showed him the bruise, though.
No,
You didn't think that would be important that he would see the bruise?
I don't think I did, or I would have mentioned it. It wasn't, he didn't break my arm.
You didn't think it was important that he notated the bruise?
I'm not sure I understood that question exactly, so I want to be careful. Could you repeat it?
Your son, you're saying that your son attacked and took your property.
Correct.
And when the police came to investigate, wouldn't you want them to have all the information they need for that?
Well, if mama had to tell the police every time their child, whether
Your
they're
Honor.
2 years old or whatever, you don't report that to the police. It was minor.
Ma'am.
It wasn't important at the time.
Let's stick to this incident, Mom. Let's stick to the incident that happened on August 11th.
You don't even recall if you even called the cops, do you?
No, he did.
So did he call the cops on himself?
He's done that a few times.
That he called the cops to tell the cops that I just assaulted
I
my
don't-
mother and took something from
I
my
don't know
mother?
what he says to the police. I just know that I was going to, and here they are. He's done that a couple times.
So here's the police because he called the cops, correct, at your house.
They came to my house. How they got here, I don't know. I didn't, he must have.
But it had, you didn't call.
I believe that I might have, but I'm not sure. I was pretty shook up. My husband just passed away. My son just hurt me, took my card. He's back. And I was pretty shook up. So it's difficult for me to recall every detail. I'm not sure if I called the police or not, but I do know that he called.
And I hate to ask this, do you have a problem with your memory?
That came out of Michael's mouth. I'm almost 73 and I have some forgetful moments. And right now in my life with my husband's death, I'm a little fragile.
So you may have had a forgetful moment on August 11th, correct?
I'm not sure that it matters who called the police. Both of us, one of us, the police came. He hurt me. He took my purse by force. He took my money by force. He spent over $1,000 of my money without my permission.
Ma'am,
That's
that's
a
not
fact.
my question.
That's the best I can answer it. Do you have problems with your memory sometimes? Everybody does. The older you get, the more often it becomes. I do not have dementia. I do not have Alzheimer's. I'm perfectly normal.
Do you recall attacking my client?
Never.
Do you recall striking my client that night?
Pardon me?
Do you recall striking my client that night?
Never.
So you never touched my client, correct?
Well, since he's been born, I'm sure he got a few spankings, but no, I did not touch him.
That's fair. That night, you did not strike
No.
my client.
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Just briefly. Ms. Hall, do you recall how many times the police came to your house on August 11th?
A couple of times because they found him. I don't even know where they found him. There was multiple police with lights behind the horse barn and the blacksmith shop and the garage and the cars out in the woods. They were out there. And next thing you know, they had him. So I don't know how many, and I don't know exactly when. I was pretty shook up.
Okay, let me ask you this. When the police first came to your house, you indicated that you did not call them the first time. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay, when you spoke to police officers, is that when you told them about the incident that took place?
Yes.
At some point, do the officers leave?
Yes.
Okay, and then at any point, does Michael come back to the house?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
I would be estimating and guessing within an hour.
Okay, so was it the same night after the incident?
Yes.
Okay, and then after he comes back to the house, do you have any conversation with him?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you call the police and let them know that he is there at all?
I believe at some point I did call the police.
Yeah,
but
I think she's already testified.
I'm
Hold
not
on, ma'am.
sure.
Hold on.
So I
Ms.
really
Hall,
can't say
Ms.
yes or no.
Hall. Was there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe her testimony in her direct was she does not recall ever calling the police.
So the objection is asked and answered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Response?
I'm just clarifying for the record because she indicated that she did not call the police the second time, but the police did, or the first time, but the police came a second time. I'm asking her if she is the reason that the police came.
I'll allow the clarification.
Thank you.
Okay.
Did you, after Michael Roberts returns to the house, do you recall whether or not you called the police?
I don't understand the question.
Okay. Did you call the police after Michael came back to the house?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Positive. Things were really.
It's okay. All you have to say is
stressful.
that you don't remember. That's
Okay.
okay. But at some point, your son, Michael, is at the house and police come to the house. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. And that is that the same night of this incident?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Riggins, any redirect or recross? Ma'am, you can step down. Watch your step, please. Ms. Rosick, any further witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Any witnesses from the defense?
None from the defense.
Closings?
Your Honor, the people, you can go ahead.
You're all set, ma'am. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ms. Hall? Ms. Hall? Sorry about the loss of your husband.
Your Honor, the people would move to bind over on all counts as contained in the complaint and warrant and would serve argument for rebuttal.
Thank you. Mr. Riggins?
Your Honor, we object to bind over on these charges. Your Honor, as tragic as it sounds, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, we have a elderly lady who is almost 80, who is going through an emotional turmoil, who doesn't really remember what happened that night. She may have called the cops. She may not have called the cops. She remembers that her son, she gave her son money at times. Sometimes she didn't. She didn't know. We do know that money, actually, I don't even say we don't, that money came out the bank account because we don't know that money came out the bank account. I don't, other than what she said. And I think we have a question of fact here, and that's the best I can say about this.
And Your Honor, I would argue that, I think I actually misunderstand. You said that you were objecting to the bind over, but then you said it's a question of fact?
I do say it's a question of fact.
Okay, then I don't need to make an argument. Thank you.
I agree. You don't need to make an argument.
Thanks.
I think it is a question of fact, and that means I have to send it downtown. The AOI date I'm going to give you at least is September 28th. I understand they're still bumping them out.
Yes.
All right. Anything as to bond, folks?
Yes, Your Honor. My client would like to make a request to have the tether removed from this, from his leg. In addition to causing my client certain physical discomfort where the tether is irritating his leg, the tether is costing my client employment. My client indicates to me today that he has lost a second possible job as a tool and die maker because they simply did not want to hire someone with a tether on. My client has abided by the court's order. He does not come by his mother's house. In fact, my client has tried to honor the court's order and arrange to pick up his clothes at a time that's convenient with the complaining witness. I don't think the tether is necessary in this situation. I actually moved the tether.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I will say that the bond in this case has already been addressed at the probable cause conference. And at that time, the people specifically said that if the court was going to reduce the bond, that we would be requesting a tether in this case because the defendant had contacted his mother while in jail, even though the no contact order was in place, which was placed on the record and reminded him that there is a no contact order. Furthermore, I'm sorry that it's an inconvenience for him to wear a tether and that it's uncomfortable or it may affect possible jobs. Having a pending case may also affect possible jobs. And in this situation, you have a guy who was living at home with his mom who says that, or who steals from her, assaults her, and then he's already reduced bond and out on tether. I don't see any reason to remove the tether other than he's uncomfortable. So I'd object, Your Honor.
I'll leave the bond as it is. It can be taken up on September 28th or whenever you get to see your AOI. Anything else, people?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck downtown, sir. Counsel, as to that DWLS, am I confusing you with somebody else? It seems to me the last time we had some old stuff and you
Yeah,
pled and I just gave you time served.
Yeah, I thought we took care of all that.
I could do that on this one, but of course it goes on his record. He gets the 2 points from Secretary of State and so on and so forth, or I can just give him a pretrial date.
Just go ahead and take care of it.
He'd like to admit
Just plead guilty?
Yes.
How much, you were at a halfway house last time we talked, right?
No, sir, I was,
He was in Wayne
here
County
on.
jail.
Yeah, I was a Huron.
How long were you in Wayne County?
How long were you in custody?
Like 8 days, 8 days.
I'm
total.
sorry, say again?
I think 8 days total.
All right. So you understand if you plead guilty to this charge today, it's going to result in 2 points on your SOS record?
Yes, sir.
They may resuspend you?
Yes,
You understand all that?
I do, sir.
All right, and understanding all that, you want to plead guilty to the charge?
I do.
Did you drive a vehicle in Sumter on June 17, 21?
Yes, sir.
Was your license suspended at that time?
Yes, it was.
I'll accept your plea, 7 days jail, 7 days credit.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That file's closed. Good luck downtown. Thank you all. Thanks, Michelle. You are right. Yeah, would you quit reminding me? Oh, I'm so upset with it. I know. I want bodies in front of me again. Council, have a good day.
Thanks.
It's just, you guys don't. You guys don't come back. I see you guys all the time. As pleasurable as that is,